Hey, what's up, wrong person? What's up, Nash? How you doing, man? How you doing, guys? Back-to-back streams, no way. Yes way. I mean, it's... I don't know if y'all have noticed, but it's sort of normal if a patch just drops, you know? Because, like, there's actually stuff to do. Especially when there's a new region that comes out, because, like, I have to explore that stuff ASAP. So, because ever since they changed the weekly system, they made it so that you can't do weeklies anymore if you've maxed out your reputation in that given region. In Natlan's case, with that tribe, a new region, well, at least, for now, equals a new tribe, which means can do weeklies, but you can't do weeklies if I haven't gone there yet. So I have to get there before Monday on all my accounts. So yeah, I have to do it. And that's why, hey, back-to-back streams. How do you cope with chasing perfect builds? I don't chase perfect builds, is my thing. I just, when I build a character, I strive for usable. And when I get usable, then I'll think, okay, do I need anyone else who I need to be usable? If yes, then I'll build them. I'll stop building this one if this is usable already. And then I start building someone else. And then when I can't think of anyone else who needs to be usable, then I'll start thinking about making them better. Also, there's no such thing when you say perfect build, that means, like, to me, when I hear the word perfect build, the words perfect build in Genshin Impact, like, I picture out, like, all artifacts, at least on a damage dealer, a crit scaling damage dealer. It started, like, on the right artifact sets. It started with 4 lines, max crit rate and crit damage rolls. Already had crit rate, crit damage, and like 4 lines. Started with 4 lines, and all the rolls to plus 20 went into high or max rolls, either crit rate or crit damage, and like somehow balanced out to the ideal crit ratio. Right, that's what I picture out when someone uses when I see the words perfect build in Genshin Impact. So I don't think perfect build is achievable in Genshin, but I know what you mean. Like, as perfect as it can get, or at least like as close to perfect as it can get. 98, 98, 94 in new areas with the remaining chests. Oh my god, wait, what? 98, 98, 94. Where are the remaining chests? Like, you got to 98, 98, 94 on your own? Oculus? No. Hey, what's up, Ali? Thank you for recommending me that team. Team was SK good. Oh, so good, I guess. Well, which team? Which team? The Chevrolet team, right? Yeah. I mean, like, not just me, man. Like, anyone would recommend the same teams. Oh my god, why did I leave that guy? Anyway, yeah, I'm trying to say, no big deal, really. Anyone would have recommended the same teams in, in that situation. Oh, did I put it in the right spot? Okay, I did. Thank goodness. Nope, I did not. I don't know why I keep chasing perfection. Almost every time I push the limits to exceed expected stats. Here's the thing. Yeah, I think it's I think there's also a part of it that's reliant on discipline. It's kind of like I'm still confused by this, by the way. I still have no idea what this one's for. Oh, it's like a forward jump. Whereas this one's a straight up jump. And this one is a forward jump. I see. Okay, cool. I got it now. Oh, man. Okay, I forgot. I forgot this starts a quest. So part of it is also discipline, right? It's like, it's because some people, when they start to get really good at something, right? Or like when they start to get something really good of something, and they know that it's so like, and they're like, just a little bit, just one more push, right? It's hard to ignore that urge of like just a little bit more push, one more push to perfection, right? It's I would say it has something to do with OC, like with being obsessive compulsive, and it's your ability to ignore that is also, it requires a certain amount of discipline, because you know that in this, at least in Genshin's situation, we have to, it's not just that one character that you have to build. You have to build a whole team. You have to build multiple teams, and for multiple teams, that's like several other characters, not just that one character. Right, so like part of it is discipline, because you know that you have others that you have to build, and you have to discipline yourself enough to like restrain yourself from indulging too much in that obsessive compulsiveness. Oh, touched it. Keep comparing with others. Okay, well that's also, yeah, that's also something you need to be to discipline yourself about. Right? Like, why compare to others? Genshin's not a competitive game. Right, 36 starting earlier, 36 starting faster, like 0.2 seconds faster than others is not gonna win you any extra rewards. It's gonna get you the same exact primo gems as everyone else, right? And like, what, you're trying to be one of the best in the world? Like, there are whales out there, whale speedrunners that have C6 R5 everything, and like are actually rich enough that they don't have to work every waking moment of their lives, that they actually have time to play video games. Okay, I'll probably just come back here later to activate the teleport up there. Let's do the quest first. Probably missing a few oculis here and there too. Have you even looked up exactly how many oculi are in the new region? I get the feeling that you just dove straight in there without looking. You're like, oh, a pool to dive into? Alright, dive. Thing is, I want to help others. And if my build qualities can't back up, I feel as if no one will listen. Well, that's the thing, though. Is like you know that build character builds in Genshin. Oh, hey, what's up, Mr. J? How you doing, man? You know that character builds in Genshin are purely RNG based, right? Like knowing how to build a character has nothing, well, something, but has only a little bit to do about how good someone's builds are. Right? Like it's either you know what to do or you don't know what to do. And then you just if yes, you know what to do or how to build a character, how to build a team, how to put a team together, then it's a matter of sooner or later. It's not a matter of how good you are. It's just a matter of yes or no. Do you know or do you not know? And you already know that. And you keep pushing yourself into this anxiety that is maybe to you it seems reasonable, but at least like to my from my perspective, by the way, you know, like don't take this as like me insulting you or anything, but at least from how I see it, it's like a baseless anxiety, right? It's like an anxiety that you're causing yourself that has no reason. There's no reason for you to be anxious about it, because the fact that you know it's RNG based and yet you're still being anxious over it. $54 in total. I've already leveled my statue from 5 to 6. I need one more level 7. Okay, yeah, Saki makes a great point. How about the treasure compass? Treasure compass and like whatever other gadgets that, you know, help you find stuff. So I've never used them, by the way. Well, almost never. I remember using the treasure compass in Liyue once, but that was like almost 4 years ago. Well, not once, but like for one sitting. I spent like an hour maybe using it, and then never again. So. But from what I remember, I believe you need a different gadget to look for oculi and a different gadget to look for chests and stuff. How about those gadgets? Friends are calling to play games. Bye. Oh, okay. Wait, who's going? You going already? You going already, Nash? I'm playing that team, even in the overworld, to get used to the rotations, even though it's very slow. Let me think. Sorry, what team was that again? So Lisa, Chevreuse, Bennett, Shangling, right? So in overworld, it's definitely gonna be slower because it's like it is a burst dependent team. It's a burst dependent team, and it's a burst dependent team, and like it's the kind of team that doesn't really get going until you do the full rotation. And by full rotation, I mean like you do like most of the characters' bursts and skills. Right, like for example, okay, you certainly like if you don't burst on Bennett before bursting on Shangling, your Shangling is not gonna do any damage, and then you're gonna realize, okay, well that didn't kill anything, and now I have to wait for an entire other rotation for me to actually kill these enemies, right? So it's certainly a lot slower in the overworld because it's burst dependent. It's the kind of team that doesn't do damage unless you do the full rotation. And very often, you'll find yourself not having the energy to start your rotation right away. So yeah, it's certainly not a very good, a very efficient, like time efficient overworld team, but strong nonetheless. Nothing shows up in the compass now. Does the compass work even if you're like super far away? Sorry, where do I need this thing? I forgot. What is this thing anyway? Ah, oh, okay, okay. Ororon instead of Lisa? Ah, I see. Okay, that's not too bad. Ororon, I think, is certainly a lot more reliable in that kind of team because Ororon's off-field, like Ororon has two off-field electro abilities. His skill, although his skill and his burst, although his skill isn't as reliable as an off-field electro ability if there's only one enemy because it doesn't bounce at all. It only does one hit of electro. But certainly, at the very least, a little bit better than Lisa's. Lisa's only off-field capabilities are only with her only her burst, and it's really hard to rely on Lisa's burst because she's like I forgot how much energy her burst costs, but I remember it's not a little amount. It's not an insignificant amount of energy. Plus the fact that Lisa hardly generates particles. Oh, there. Okay. Toltec. I can get burst on cooldown. It's just the cooldown that's the problem. Ah, that's true. Yeah, yeah. Shit. It's fights in the overworld generally don't last very long, right? So, yeah. So, having to fight one group of enemies here, and like, as soon as you're done with your rotation, like 1 or 2 seconds after you're done with your rotation, all enemies are dead. That's about like 7 or 8 seconds after you started your rotation, right? Which means you're still gonna have to wait like somewhere between 10 and 12 seconds before Shangling's burst goes off cooldown, and as soon as all your abilities are like expire. As soon as all your abilities expire, your cooldowns aren't up yet, and you see another group of enemies, or maybe there is like one straggler, right? There is one straggler, one enemy that separated from the group, and now you have to do a full rotation just to fight that one enemy to unlock this chest. Blowing Kit makes Lisa look cumbersome for easy red shred. Blowing Kit makes Lisa look cumbersome for easy red shred. Sorry, what? I don't get it. Also, I ran again into another Mawika bike discussion. It's so annoying. Someone said robots, ruin guards, because they can run on the Steam engine. So what was their argument? I believe there is a teleporter over there that I might as well unlock while I have the altitude. Oh boy, I hope my memory is right. I think it was somewhere there. Oh, there it is, there it is. Oh, well, okay. Oh, that was close. Okay. Thank goodness. Ah, no. Not a world quest. ER burst cost 80 for defense shred. Ah, I see. And Zelena just needs the normal attack twice. That's true. That's true. Although in Lisa's defense, Lisa is defense shred, not res shred. Remember, those two things are different. Defense shred is way more valuable, not because it always gives you more damage, but it's because it's a lot rarer. It's a rare debuff. There aren't that many abilities that reduce defense. Like, bro, motorcycles were built decades before we even had robots. Also, they don't realize motorcycles ran on steam engine once. That's true. Well, the problem is, I think their problem is the appearance of the motorcycle. Right, it seems too modern. It seems too 2024. Meanwhile, the robots all look like... They all look... too fantastic. Oops. Killed it. Didn't want to kill it. Hmm. Typical with the idea, it's just her animations that I dislike. On Mawika, huh? Oops. Oh, RJ looked at leaks. I guess we can freely discuss it here. I didn't really look at leaks. I still haven't seen it for myself. I just hear it. I hear about it from everyone. Literally everyone. That's right, making sense. Yes, it does make sense. Motorcycles exist. I think another problem that they have is that motorcycles exist when roads don't. There are... In Fontaine, does Fontaine have roads? No. They have the aqueduct system, basically some form of railroad system. Um, okay, I gotta say, I forgot how this works. What I'm supposed to be doing here. I looked at the leaks. Don't feel like looking at leaks now, really. Okay, what are your thoughts on it, Ali? Not that she uses it at all. Her attacks too, instead of some instead of just some makes it so clunky and ugly. Yeah, someone said it. The road thing. It's the psychological effect of missing the road that makes people find it weird. Yeah, I think so. Because like if a society isn't quote unquote advanced enough to have roads, then it, like, in people's minds, it's not advanced enough to have any motor vehicles. Right? Whereas robots, okay, yeah. Okay, let's include robots too. So, but like technologically speaking, if a race is advanced enough to invent and make use of robots, then it should very easily be advanced enough to invent and make use of motorcycles. Right? Albeit not, not whatever it looks like. You know what? I'm just assuming. Again, I still have not seen any pictures or images or footage of what her motorcycle looks like. All I know is that like Mawika motorcycle, because like, her design. Look at her. She's like a biker lady, right? And everyone says, Mawika motorcycle ugly. That's all I hear about it. What? Oh, okay. Not here. So it's like there's this disconnect, right? There's this disconnect that the society is not advanced enough or developed enough to develop and or make use of roads, but said society's technology and knowledge of science, technology, and, well, in this case, magic, is advanced enough to invent and make use of robots. That's me next to Shaquille. That's literally me next to Shaq, the big Shaq. Personally, I'm fine with it. It's just an attack string. If you see the biker ability in Wuwa, that's Mawika's E. No, I don't play Wuwa. I like the feeling of being surprised like everyone else as they announce it officially, as far better than getting to know it a few weeks earlier. Yo, that's exactly how I feel about leaks. I mean, I don't mind if like people, I don't mind people spoiling it for me. Really, kind of don't really care. But like, ideally, I would prefer to, like, when it's officially announced, from Poyo and whoever owns the thing that I want to be surprised by, I would prefer that they announce it officially, and then I feel excited from their official announcement, instead of me feeling excited about it from like people's speculation, leaks, or whatever. And then when the official announcement comes, all I feel is, Oh yeah, cool. It's all right. The leaks are confirmed. I already knew about that, but I'm glad that they were confirmed. I'm glad that they were right. Right? It takes away from the excitement. Oh, because Baiko makes everything her road. Okay, I'm assuming this has something to do with her animations. I really strongly dislike her third attack and normal attack string. That body language shows her losing balance, but she's written as a very experienced fighter. Oh, okay, that sounds like that might turn me off too. Banner-wise, Father, Farina, Mawika on the same patch. Yeah, that's true. The rumors seem to have changed. I think yesterday or like the other day, big rumors suddenly come out that before 5.2 came out, the rumors were that oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Or that no, it was like in the middle of 5.1, I believe. All of a sudden, rumors of an Arlecchino rerun just disappeared. Like people all of a sudden thought that she wouldn't be coming anytime soon. She wouldn't be rerunning anytime soon. And there was no more talk about an Arlecchino rerun until all of a sudden, yesterday or the other day, all of a sudden, Arlecchino rerun in 5.3. And I was like, yay? I was like, yeah! Wait, Mawika's in the same page? Yeah! No! You're supposed to have control over the center of gravity and her strength while fighting. Guess has something to do with necessity. Tibet has experienced so many wars. What goes away when there's war? People. What can replace people? Armed robots. AKA, what was it? Field tillers. Okay, is there one of those wind tunnels? No, it's not a wind tunnel. What are they called? Turrets? Torrents? Sorry, what am I trying to say? Wind currents. There you go. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Wind currents. Wind current things that I could like put up myself, so I could easily get up there. Because I kind of don't want to climb up this thing again on my own. It's kind of cringe. Oh boy. Okay, no thank you. Alright, where are we going? Hey, what's up, Luap? How you doing, man? I imagine if everyone's excited and you're just sitting there. Yay, leaks are confirmed. No, actually, you know what? Ali, given the state of Genshin, in Genshin's case, and not just Genshin, but a lot of Hoyo games, this case, it's not even that. It's like the other way around is what you just said. Like you're the only one sitting there excited about the official news, and everyone's like, "Oh yeah, cool, it's confirmed." Like you're the only one excited about it. It's the other way around. Huh. Maybe I should go to the statue first. Hey, what's up, Azzy? How you doing, man? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take the time to actually climb this thing. So I get more elevation, so I can just glide down. To the statue. Or no, to that platform over there. Oh my. Okay. Alright, I don't think I can go any further than this. I'm oblivious to how her kit works, hopefully. She can be an off-fielder, because yeah, the animation really throws me off too. I heard that she has two playstyles. Like a press E kind of thing versus a hold E kind of thing. That's what I heard. And seeing as if the rumors turn out to be true about so many great characters releasing and or rerunning back to back to back, I'm probably not gonna. I'm probably just gonna go see 0R0. So and would okay. I'm trying to just guess here. What would be a reasonable way to build? No, way to design a character like that, right? So Archon, either very strong and or yeah, either very strong or very versatile. Right? In Farina's case, she is very versatile. Right? She's kind of strong, but very versatile. Raiden's also a similar case. She's not as versatile, but very strong. Well, kind of a balance of both. She's pretty versatile and pretty strong. She's not the strongest anymore in her niche of like electro on-fielder, but still pretty up there. Right? So it's always this like balancing thing. And if they're gonna make Mawika versatile and strong, and or strong, so I imagine if she has a part of her that is versatile, I imagine designing a oh wait, no, okay, no, that's a different thing. Okay, wait. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. Yeah, okay. I remember what I did last time now. So what I did last time was, I think I went to here, and then like I walked to here. And what I did this time was like way better. Okay. Yeah, because I remember passing by the NPC to unlock the statue, to touch the statue, and then went back to it. Okay. All right, so that was way better. All right, I'm gonna have to try and remember that to go this way. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
What? This location can involve other quests. Please check the details. What details? Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to do the Archon Quest first. The Archon Quest Interlude. All right. Anyway, so yeah. If I imagine it's going to be easier to design a character's versatility into their passives and stuff. Into their passives compared to not including it in their passives, but including it in constellations. Whereas it's easier to put more numbers, like bigger numbers, in constellations compared to. Was there a bird thing somewhere that it could have indwelled? Okay, there's that. Okay, I kind of just don't want to climb. Whatever. I'm gonna have to climb. So I'm willing to guess. I'm willing to guess that I think her versatility is gonna be, if not completely there already at C0, then at the very least mostly there at C0, and constellations just make her quote unquote strong side better. And I imagine her strong side, and by strong I mean like strong on-fielder DPS, will probably be partly there, but like is gonna get a lot more value from constellations. So if what all y'all are saying is and turns out to be true about her animations and like everything, the world's the world's gone down in flames. Like her animations are so ugly and stuff. I'd rather just make her an off-fielder. So I don't mind running her C0 for at least a while if her constellations actually turn out to be really good. Which makes things even worse because trash character and only have good multipliers just shows how little Hoyo cares about balancing. You know, okay, balancing. I mean, I don't think I can agree with that because think about this. A lot of day one characters are still very relevant. I mean, like, they're not top. They used to be top tier, but now they're not top tier. Some of them still are, kinda, in certain situations, but not a lot of them anymore. So it kind of makes you right, but like, but it's clear that there has been power creep, right? It's clear that there has been power creep, but like, gotcha game, 4 years old, and has however much power creep Genshin has experienced. Compared to most gacha games out there, Genshin has had a relatively tamed amount of power creep. And so balancing, I guess, isn't avoiding power creep, but it's like it's like very directly, it very directly affects power creep, like whether power creep goes faster or stops or reverses or whatever, however power creep goes in a certain game. I think they've done a decent job, at least relatively speaking, relative to other gacha games out there. But if you also look at other characters, other recent characters, and how their kits are designed and like their multipliers, like together with their multipliers, and like just zoom out from there, right? Like zoom out and like look at it from the big picture. You can kind of see that Hoyo seems to be trying to design okay. It doesn't look like the stream crashed. I mean, not crashed, but like ended. Looks like I was able to reconnect quickly enough. If I say, hey, you say what? Okay, it doesn't seem like you guys can hear me because nobody responded to my the cringe thing that I just said just now. Yes, hi, we can hear you. Okay, all right. I guess what I said was a little too cringe then. I was expecting people to say, "Oh." Okay, well, anyway, sorry about that. So, lightning struck somewhere because I saw a flash of light. Didn't hear any thunder. Didn't hear the lightning at all. Just a flash of light in the sky, and my desktop restarted. Okay, thank goodness it turned on quickly enough that that YouTube didn't think the stream ended already. Didn't disconnect the stream just yet. Okay. Anyway. Okay, so where was I? I think I stopped at. So okay, you were talking about like 4-star power creep was going in reverse. And so they seem to be designing characters, well, at least the 5 stars, in a way, in such a way that they're trying to make them more plug and play. Like they seem to be trying to make it so that newer 5 stars are a lot more like you don't need this character, this character, this character to make this new character good. Like they seem to be trying to make characters just good, not necessarily on their own, like solo, but like just put them in the just put the right elements in the team, and then that character will be decent. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like they seem to be trying to make newer characters a lot more plug and play. In Neuvillette's case, I think Neuvillette and Arlecchino were, and even to some degree, Clorinde. Right, Clorinde, Neuvillette, and Arlecchino were some early attempts at trying to achieve that. They were trying to. So in Clorinde's case, I think why Clorinde falls a little short, right? Like despite her being, like her damage ceiling being higher than Raiden Shogun's as an on-field electro damage dealer, I think her multipliers were still on the conservative side, which is why people aren't, clamoring over each other to say, oh no, like if you want on-field electro character, go Clorinde. Right, like even though mathematically she has a higher damage ceiling than on-fielder Raiden Shogun. Right, but I think that was just them thinking, okay, Clorinde already has a massive fan base due to her incredible personality, You know what I mean? Right, her personality is incredible. So she already had quite a bit of a following. Though her health, yeah, her health, yeah, she's a very healthy character, right? So I'm sure they took that into account, and they decided, okay, we think we can be a little conservative with her numbers. So just to be on the safe side, to try and avoid making a character that was like too broken and like completely throw balance out the window, they gave her numbers that were slightly on the conservative side. They probably decided on the exact number, and they probably decided, okay, let's take it down a bit, right? Like they probably did something like that, and then they gradually took it up. So obviously Neuvillette's kind of different because he's okay, and we know that Hoyo. What? Where is this thing? Why is my okay? Right, we know that Hoyo is not very consistent when it comes to how strong a character is in lore, is also how strong they are in gameplay, right? But they're at least consistent-ish when it comes to the Archons and the Harbingers and Well, in Neuvillette's only a one of one sample size, so we can't tell that for sure just yet. But Neuvillette's a very different class of character in lore, and he seems to be also at a very different class of, well, gameplay. Right, so I think in Neuvillette's case, they just didn't want to disappoint players, so they didn't go with a conservative numbers on him, because he's a very different class of character in lore. In Arlecchino's case, she was a harbinger, and she had a pretty big following as well. But I don't know, like I really wasn't that into her at the time, so I imagine quite a lot of other players were also of the same mindset that I was at the time. I don't know. I'm just guessing, right? Because if I had that mindset that okay, I'm not that into her, she's just a harbinger or whatever, right? Like she's not too important. So and the harbingers have not been very strong historically, like strong-ish, but not very strong, like not game-breakingly strong. I'm sure I'm sure a couple of other players out there probably had a similar mindset, right? And exactly like me now, just cannot wait for a rerun of her. And again, going back to Hoyo trying to make characters a lot more plug and play, right? Arlecchino, pretty plug and play too, right? Just press E, make sure to hit some enemies, wait a couple of seconds, do a charge stock, and then you can go ham. Right, now as for the decision making about, I don't think in Arlecchino's case, I don't think they gave her conservative numbers at all. I think they had, like, when it comes to numbers, I think they gave her the same mindset as they did Neuvillette. And now that part, I have no idea why. I have no idea why. So like, I guess maybe according to their surveys or however they get this data from, they get this data, but they probably thought that not as many people as they wanted liked Arlecchino as much as they wanted people to like Arlecchino. So maybe that was why they gave her, they didn't give her like conservative numbers, just like they did Clorinde. I just realized Ororon can actually buff spread teams. Spread teams? With Scroll Center City. Hero Center City. I mean, not just Ororon, but like... Wait. Well, technically any Natlan character can do that. Any Natlan character that can trigger a reaction with Electro. Not just Ororon. Ororon, I guess, is the only Electro character, Electro Natlan character so far. So I guess he kind of makes it easier. Hey, what's up, YK? How you doing, man? Everyone and their mom was on their knees for Arlecchino. Was it really? Was it really only me that wasn't that much into Arlecchino? I really don't know. I'm just way too out of touch with the Genshin community. And for good reason, I really would rather... I wouldn't touch the Genshin community with a 10-foot pole, man. Weird bunch. Weird bunch. Miari just released 2 days ago. Hey, what's up, Gru? Can't guarantee. There's some people already got the new 3 areas to 100%. Too many. Yep, that's true. That is actually true. We have one person. Oh, he's not here anymore. Nashidi actually already has it at no, almost has it at 100%, and he did it completely on his own, just like walking around. No guides or whatever. From what I remember, it was he said he had it at 98, 96, 94? Something like that. Something like that. 98, 97, 94? Yeah, somewhere around that. Yes, RJ, it was only you. Really? Okay, okay. Can you guys tell me which of you guys like were super excited for Arlecchino, and which of you guys were not excited for Arlecchino at all? Like even after her kit was officially announced, right? Like after like she was officially announced, and like after all the leaks and stuff.
姉ちゃんを傷つけた魔物はどこ？絶対に許さない。今度こそ僕が姉ちゃんを守ってやる。落ち着くんだクアリ。魔物はもう。何があっても姉ちゃんを守るんだ。これ以上姉ちゃんが悲しむのは。
Okay, I'm gonna start a poll.
だって。
And I know, however many, like there aren't that, there aren't too many of us here, but it should at least give us some idea.
クアリーが戦場に行けばアビスに食べられちゃう。いや、絶対にダメ。
And
止めないと。
yeah,
でも私には無理。アビスに勝てる人なんていないもの。お父さんとお母さんですら。
oh, 75% not excited.
私はただの臆病者よ。戦士なんかじゃない。でもクアリーを守ってあげないと。
Oh, 57% not excited.
一体どうすればいいの？姉ちゃん。
Liars. Oh, 50%. Okay, now it's 50-50.
北の山に行けばまだいるかもしれない。アビスを撃退した後。
London doesn't react to Dendro, nor Kachina. Wait, huh? Oh, wait, I think I know what you mean now, Shinran. Okay, okay. Wait, what? Can Cinder City actually give Dendro damage? Oh, yeah, because, okay, quicken reaction. Oh, okay, 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 yeah, okay. Yeah, now that you mentioned that, Shinran. So, okay, so when you mentioned quicken earlier, I kind of thought, well, you get electro damage if you just do crystallize. And then, like you mentioned, because Ororon is the only electro Natlan character, he's the only character that can actually proc quicken while wearing the Cinder City set, thereby providing Dendro damage as well as electro damage. Okay. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Oh. Okay, is this the final tally? Is it actually 50-50? All damage, even Geo? Okay. Yeah, no, that kind of didn't come to mind until you guys mentioned it, but okay, yeah. I'm on the same page now. I think Arlecchino and Mawika is win banner. Both weapons. Character banner. Well, I have no idea what her weapon does, so I can't say anything about that yet. But, okay, the thing is, like, obviously the character banner doesn't work like the weapon banner. Oh, we have one more vote. Okay, tipped it over to 55% excited and 45 not excited. Okay, I'm gonna end the poll here. Alright, so 55%. No, there it is. Yeah, 55% were excited for Arlecchino's initial release, and 45% were not excited. So, like, and that's, 11 votes, so 6 people were excited, 6 out of 11, and 5 out of 11 were not excited. So, okay, not everyone. Okay, so I guess I was kind of right. Right, like, that, I wasn't alone. Oh, what the? That iframe.
きるわ。やらないと。行きなさい。
Yeah, 11 people. Okay, and I know that's not a very big sample size, right? I know that's not a very big sample size, but at the very least, with this small sample size that we have here, at least according to this, it wasn't quote unquote everyone that was excited for Arlecchino's release. And maybe that, okay, that at least gives me some idea about like how much what approval ratings Hoyo is considers to be a successful character, and how, yeah, okay, like you guys, do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like, if that's the case, right? 55, around half of people excited for a certain character tells Hoyo that, oh, not enough people. That's not enough people. No, we want more people to want this character more. And apparently they don't like this character enough based on their character, their voice lines, their VA isn't popular enough to pull in more players to pull for this character, and as well as their design. So okay, I guess we're gonna make this character, make people want this character more by giving them bigger numbers. Like I don't know if that makes sense, but that's sort of how I see it. It gives us an idea of like how many of their players Hoyo, the minimum amount of players that Hoyo would like to want their new characters. RJ, set a poll for Chlorend then. Okay, that's all right. Chlorend, okay. Poll. They did for
一歩一歩の積み重ねが大事だ。知ってるか？私のコメには力って意味があるんだ。
Alright, there you go. Yes or no? Okay, so there's a poll. There's a poll. Were you excited for Chlorend when she was originally announced? Yes or no? Yes, 100%. 50%? 67? Arlecchino is cool, but she's not my type of character. Okay, yeah, like that was my exact opinion too. Like Arlecchino is cool, but it just wasn't my type of character. Right, and like the only if Arlecchino wasn't as strong as she is right now, then I probably wouldn't even be bothering to be trying to save Primos for her. I want to rephrase that, to be honest. To pull for, maybe? Can I edit this? No, I cannot. No, yeah, I can't. I can't edit it. But I never pulled Chlorend because Arla got my funds. But I was excited for Chlorend. I see. Okay. So she was healthy enough to get you to be excited for to pull for her, but just couldn't due to someone else taking your funds. Never pull for Chlorend because Arla got my funds. Overpowered characters over time get loved no matter how ugly they can be. Look at Xingqiu and his Yi. Okay. Okay, I guess. Alright, 62%. Yes. I wonder how many votes we're at now. Hang on. Can I see how many votes? No, I can't see. Oh, 8 votes there. I can see. So 8 votes. So what is that? 62 to 38. 8 votes. So what is that? 5 to 3? Is my math right? I didn't actually do math. I'm just guessing.
強いと
アビス死500年経って
What I'm trying to say is that those characters can now finally run an EM Goblet without having the repercussions of missing damage bonus. Oh, you mean
同じ症状
許容限
wait, EM Goblet?
制限
アビスの
Oh, this seems to be a very different conversation. Yeah. On Clorinde, my wallet doesn't. Has anyone got Capturing Radiance yet? I got it to proc. Who was it for? Who did I get it to proc for? Oh, Zilonen. Yeah. When I was pulling for Zilonen, I got it to proc for my my C2 Zilonen.
さあうちに帰ろう
I got Capturing Chi Chi instead. Looks more like Chi Chi captured you.
息子では我々はこれ
家までを
Okay, any more votes? Were you? So there's a poll. Those who haven't voted yet, were you excited for to pull for Clorinde when she was originally announced?
礼はいい
Yeah, yes or no. So we currently have 8 votes. If you all want to vote,
500年
do it now.
俺はナタ人と共にお前からその名は
Guys, we need to solve that mystery of that 1%.
制限剤
Sorry, what 1%, Ali? Are you talking about the previous poll? Because like the previous poll, like when I ended the poll, it showed me 54 yes, 54% yes, and 45% no. Which I was like, what? Where's the 1%? Is that what you were talking about, Ali?
姿勢の力対戦を経
After Moika, all I'm excited for is Zilonen's rerun for C2. Oh wow, really? You're gonna go all in for Zilonen? I guess it is worth it. It is worth it. It's such a good C2. But if you
それ自体が
ask me, I would go for her weapon before C2.
と悪いおことらん米作り私含め
米作り順調に
Girl wants to C6 herself in my account. Yikes.
本当に謎ださ
Bro, just know that 11 persons voted.
隊長の
So 6 people voted for yes, and 5 people voted for no.
犯さなかっ
Where did the 1% go? Right?
たそういえば
Oh, hang on. How many votes we got now? Okay, 11 votes.
最近あった
Okay, we're up to 11 votes, just like the previous poll. All right, going once, going twice. Any more votes? No, I'm gonna end poll. All right, so wow.
あいつもなんかすごく疲れてるって感じがするんだよな寿命が長くて何百年も生きるのってやっぱりかなり疲れることなのかな
I voted no, but yes for Clorinde. Sorry, what? You voted no? For Clorinde? Huh? What? You voted no, but yes for Clorinde. I don't get it. Oh, no. Okay. I learned this from last time I did this Archon Quest. I shouldn't be teleporting here. I should be teleporting here. Alright, so Clorinde apparently... Okay, at least with the... Again, with a very small sample size that we have. Of 11 people. 63% wanted Clorinde. As... Well, again, we're missing 1%. Where's this 1%? 63 to 36%. YouTube can't do basic math. I think what they're doing is they're rounding it down instead of rounding it up.
俺らもさっき来たとこだ。
But then the thing is, like, wouldn't... Depending on however much the decimal is, right? One... If it... Right? Like, however much the decimal is, one should be rounding down and the other one should be rounding up, right? Because, like, if one is, like, 4 or lower, 0.4 or lower, and, like, that means the other should be 0.5 or higher. Right? And so that one should be rounding up, therefore totaling to 100 and not rounding down both. So that's weird. The 1% is YouTube itself. He felt too boring for me, somehow to intrigue me. So, okay, Nash, what did you mean by yes to Clorinde then? If you could kill a playable character, who would it be? Kill them like they won't be playable anymore? Or like in lore? What kind of kill do you mean, YK? Okay, so again, according to our very small sample size, a lot more people seem, well, not a lot, but like quite a few more people seem to have wanted Clorinde more. So, at least again, with our small sample size, okay, at least it supports the idea that more people wanted Clorinde, hence why Hoyo gave her lower multipliers, like slightly more conservative multipliers, and less people wanted to get Arlecchino, and somehow Hoyo knew that. So they gave her less conservative multipliers. So, again, you know, very small sample size, but it lines up. I should have kept quiet. Everything I say is wrong. I mean, it's not your fault, man. Like, you must have been just rolling with a crowd that just so happened to really want Arlecchino. And the thing is, too, is, like, remember, you're very meta-focused, right? Like, you're very... how should I put this? Yeah, you're very meta-centric, meta-focused? I don't know. What else? So, which means you're probably more likely to be engaging in the type of crowd on the internet that actually indulges in leaks, right? Which means whoever you were interacting with on the internet at the time before Arlecchino's release already knew about her numbers. So you probably had this, like, the opinions of a lot of the people you were interacting with were a lot more skewed because of the type of people you were interacting with. 54.55, which is 54. And no, 45.45. It's 45, so they round it. It's not rounded. If it's not rounded, well, okay, like, wait, 54.55 shouldn't 54.55 be rounded up? Because, like, the first, right? Like, if we were to round it up to, like, the first digit of the decimal, right, 0.5, it should be rounded up, shouldn't it? So it should be 55. So even if they rounded it, shouldn't it have been 55 to 45? The 1% were the tip for the poll. I miss Chevy this way too, Shinrin. I've yet to get C0 Chevy. Oh my god, no C0 Chevy. You're kind of like just my friend. You're kind of just like my friend. Look, by the way, if you guys didn't notice it, this is not my account. I do not have Arlecchino on any of my accounts just yet. So this is my friend's account. By the way, whale, right? Well, not Giga Whale like R5 everything whale, but R5 C6 everything whale, but, like, you know, has a few R5 C6s here and there. Well, no R5s, I believe, just C6, one or two C6s, a couple of C6s, but no Chevreuse. No Chevreuse. And I think the problem there was Chevreuse came out on a Raiden Shogun rerun. And he like, I don't remember who the other 5-star was. I don't know. Whoever the other 5-star was, he probably didn't want, or didn't want to pull too much on. And obviously, and at the time, he already had C3 Raiden Shogun. So what would have been the point of pulling on it? So yeah, no Chevreuse. I have C6R1 Hutao Walmart edition. Are you talking about Shangling and C6 Bennett?
私反省
Oh yo, many Chlorine Sims.
あれ
many Chlorine says, make her damage lower than the Arle and make Arle higher. Hey, money, delicious money. It's just another way to balance it out, I guess. Right? Like, if you think about it. It's just another way to balance it out. C6 Shangling with Homa. Oh my god. And C6 with C6 Bennett. You know, by the way, that is actually surprisingly, like, low-key very strong. Obviously not as strong as, you know, actually Hutao. But I'm sure you all have seen a few clips here and there of Shangling with Shangling with a leveled, like, whose normal attack talent was actually leveled, paired with C6 Bennett, and like actually vaping the charged attacks. I've seen like a few clips of that here and there, and like it's not bad actually. It's actually pretty good. Her buttons were too overpowered for this world. Wow, everything I say for real is wrong today. Probably isn't that deep, but I hate myself. Nah, man. It's just your perspective was just skewed. I don't know. I was just guessing because like I although I am like more focused on meta, but I ultimately consider myself to be like a lot closer to like the majority of like Genshin casuals. And that was why I at least kind of thought to myself that maybe not a lot of players had the same mindset I had with Chlorine and Arlecchino, but I'm sure at the very least a couple of other players out there probably had a similar mindset. So yeah, and I think the overwhelming majority of Genshin players are like you know, very much on the casual side. Awika is a must pull. She's an Archon. Don't miss out. Screw Arlecchino. Also, some of you guys have already started talking about Sitlali and how she is a one of a kind, or at least like a first of her kind of character. And if rumors turn out to be true that she gets released in the same patch as Mawika, and a potential Arlecchino rerun, but a lot of us are screwed. Mawika's bike could be a good rescue vehicle during typhoons in the Philippines. What? Okay, don't say stuff like that, man. Now you got me curious as to what it looks like. I still have no idea what it looks like. But after reading that message, you got me to alt-tab. Like, you got me to alt-tab to try and open an incognito window to try and Google it. And then I had to stop myself from doing it. There was 70% of showcase that do 1 million per skill are mostly C6. C0 can't do as much as that. Trust me. Wait, what? 70% of showcases that do 1 million per damage are mostly C6. C0 can't do as much as that. Trust me. Don't fall for it because I did. So Gru, who was someone getting a little too excited for a certain character? Who was that addressed to? I want Sitlali and Farzan to meet. Granny Association. Granny Association. Walani. Ah, I see. Well, not necessarily all of them are C6. It's doing a million damage nowadays isn't as hard as it used to be, especially with the characters, the lineup of characters that we have now compared to back then. Especially when we have bosses that get like reduced resistances. Like they have like downtime where they get like really low resistances, like the Raiden Shogun weekly boss or the Scaramouche weekly boss.
アルパさん。
あらなんだその部族の外から来たよりによってこんなと部族の事務
There's a leak of Mawika hitting 1 million despite not swirling pyro. Wow, really? DPS Mawika, huh?
急がなくてもいいのよ。
ピシカ。
ありがとう族長。
しか飛行試練が再始動するぞ。
ああ、部族の今の状況はお前。
族長。部族から。
One person. By saying everything you say is wrong, then the sentence itself should be wrong. But if the sentence is wrong, then everything you say is not wrong. Stop, wrong person. This is a paradox. Oh, hey, he makes a good point. Right? He makes a good point.
飛行試練。
ワスカール。
なら他の理由がお前ら俺はな。
Farzan, Sitlali, and Xianyun, all of them are grannies and somehow like to tinker with things. Granny Investors Association. Huh. Kinda curious now. I wonder what a conversation between those three. Oh no, not a conversation. I would love for those three to just sit down and play a card game. Right, just play cards. Three of them. The three of them just play cards. I wonder what kind of conversations could happen between them.
ジュナまたお
ジャスカ、どうした？
飛行試練を再
出力者の定義を族親は毎回
今回はか
いや、やっぱりいいや。本当に飛行隊どんなところだ。ジュナ、飛行試練のことだけど。あれ？じゃあ、ジュナ。
Remember when we had to climb up the Mondstadt Tower and claim the luxurious chest? It was such a pain. Now say hello to Zilonen. Same with Farina when I have to swim. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess if you think about it too, right? Now we have characters like Zilonen who can literally climb, like, skate on walls. And characters like Malani who can, ride on a shark and not have to like swim herself, and characters like Farina who can literally walk on water, characters like Chasca and Ororon who can literally fly, and Wanderer who can literally fly. But like if you look at the maps, like okay, look at this. We can't even see the bottom of this anymore. Right? Like they've given us so much more mobility now, but they've also given us so much more to explore. Right, so they've scaled up mobility, but they've also scaled up how much that mobility has to cover. You know, wrong person, I'm kind of surprised that you seem to be going all in on like looking up leaks, because like you seem to be like super updated. You didn't used to be you didn't used to be the kind of person that I thought would that I would have thought of first to like be super up to date on leaks and stuff. But I'm kind of surprised.
チャスカじゃない。アルパさんに言われてきたな。
ああ、
理論上具体的な
Zelonan, Farina, Chasca, hold my beer, Mawika. He goes, yeah, oh, and 5.2. Okay, you know, that was... However they built up Chasca's character and theme, it didn't I don't know why it just came as a surprise to me. It just it didn't come too naturally to me. That like, because okay, look at her design. Right, when I saw her from back then, before they started releasing like trailers of her and like started introducing us a little bit more to her, I had no, like, there was absolutely nothing that told me of her having like the like lone gunslinger, like wild west cowgirl kind of theme. So like them trying to give her this like lone gunslinger in the Wild West cowboy theme was, I don't know, it was just, it felt forced. It felt really forced for me. Wait. Okay. I noticed the bullet number 2 was being converted, so I had to see if this was if that was C0, because like I highly doubt that was C0. Also, can I wonder if I can see the explosives from here. No, don't think I can. Okay. Oh, looks like we're gonna have to climb. We got Surf Shark, Spider-Man, rollerblades, guns, and a bike. There it is. Imagine Jian Yun and Lali met in a tavern in Sumeru, then they saw Nahida and started complaining about youngsters these days. Willfulness. Farzan comes in, but plays along because she's also grumbling.
だから爆弾をあっちの方に運んでから熱気球でこっちに運ぼうかと。誰かがタイミングを見計らって熱気球どうです？結構簡単でしょ？
So disappointed by Mawika and Lanya. Is it Lanya or Lanyan? Because like I've heard people say Lanya, and I've also heard some people say Lanyan. Where are the explosives? Oh. Ah, okay. All right. No. There we go.
Hi. Standby 完了。
気体燃素が回復してる。噴出口の問題は全て片付いたみたいだな。
Lanyan. Oh wait, they're different? There's a character called Lanyan and Lanya? Because I thought so rumors were saying that Lanya was gonna be the name of, well, Streetward Rambler slash Madam Ping's playable character.
あとは機体燃素が充満するの。
So is Lanyan a different character?
この一帯はまだ不安
You know how high some Animalculus? Animalculus? Like in Mondstadt? Animalculus? You have to solve a puzzle to unlock the airway and stuff. You don't need. Chasca just flies up. Genshin is getting wild. Update. I mean, would you rather not introduce all these new characters that have all these different mechanics? Would you rather everyone still be completely grounded? And like, I don't know, like how would you make these new characters unique on their own? I don't know what you're trying to get at, group. It was Lanya, then they changed it to Lanyan. Ah, I see. Genshin got to revive old metas. Old meta characters back to life. Like Venti, Ganyu, Zhao, Eula, Kokomi, Yoimiya. They could do that. They could do something like that. Like instead of making new metas every time, they just recycle old metas so that older characters could become usable again.
これほど凶暴なククリュがいるとは。
Newer characters are getting overpowered more and more over time, and just skip all characters. You get the SNIS dying characters. What I'm saying is revive old meta characters to see various kinds. They could do that. It's kind of like fashion. You know how like fashion just cycles around and around.
本当にありがとう。ああ、
そうよアルパさん。ククリュウのこの辺りはククリュウだらけなんだから、アクシデントの1回や2回起こってもおかしくないでしょ。これ以上追跡
They should just switch Albedo and Zhao C4. Albedo and Zhao C4. Wait, what is Albedo? What are their C4s?
へえ。
It's just a game anyways. This is not Twitter. Yeah, I mean, like, it's their game, right? They made the decision to do that. So what are we gonna do? Okay, I mean, I guess that's all we can do at this point. Like, if someone who has a complaint about something, like, isn't allowed to even complain about it because like people tell them like, well, why are you playing it? You hate it so much, then just quit. Just stop playing it. Like, right? Like, okay. Yeah, I guess what I want to say is I think people should be at least entitled to it should be allowed to complain. Also, wait, that was only Act 2? I thought that was Act 3 already. That was really long. Meta and HSR always revise when goes. I gotta say, that does sound interesting. That does sound interesting. Instead of introducing a new meta every time, why not just cycle through the different metas?
私夢じゃないアルパさん
ところで
何がダメなの
それは
自分一人
ジャスカ旅人
I guess the thing is Hoyo, sorry, not Hoyo, Genshin is a very different kind of game to HSR. It's an open world game. And here's the thing too. Here's the thing that, like, none of us here, with all our, with all our pitchforks and torches, with all our, oh, my friend just logged in. Okay, hang on. I wonder. Okay, I'm gonna try to log him out, and if he logs me out, then that must mean he has something important to do on his account. I could just teleport to the statue, yeah. I could just do that. Think about this. If they make old meta now, look at sales of old characters will go up. Sales of old characters will go up. Yes, but that mostly only applies to the try-hard combat-oriented players. You're right, you're not wrong, but that mostly only applies to the combat-oriented meta slaves. The combat-oriented players. Hi, what's up, Lance? How you doing, man? Right, and again, so I mentioned, so Genshin is a very different game from HSR or ZZZ. HSR and ZZZ seem to be a lot more like combat oriented because, well, there's no overworld, there's no open world, and while they also have like a main storyline, they probably have their different character quests and stuff. Anyway, what I'm trying to get at is Hoyo probably. So obviously Hoyo has the data, right? Obviously Hoyo has all this data. They know exactly how many of what kinds of players they have. And they know exactly how much of us, us like more closer to combat oriented players are out there. And they know how many of us will give them money. Right? Here's the thing though, right? A lot more of like us more combat oriented players who know how to build characters, put teams together, etc., who know how to take advantage of the game's combat mechanics. They know that we are a lot less likely to spend money on this game because we know that the math that the character's the character's numbers at low constellations and even with no signature weapons is already enough to clear all combat content in the game. So we are way less likely to spend money on this game, therefore give them money. So we are less important.
ほれ見ろこれだから野生の奴らは信用できねえんだよちょっとそういう年素のつ冗談はやめ
we are the less important kinds of players.
ジャスカ
And so Genshin being open world and having everything else about it, right? Like, and like think about it. Look at how they seem to be. They're clearly like marketing Genshin, right? They're hosting contests. They're hosting fan conventions. They're hosting like anime conventions, whatever, right? They're hosting
姉さんと切っても切れない関連性がある
what else? Hang on, I don't even know everything that Hoyo does with Genshin. Fan art submission contests, right? It's very like, and they, if the try-hard community was their focus, then shouldn't that tell you? Shouldn't that be? Shouldn't it be obvious that Hoyo would have been hosting tournaments for like speedrunning through Spiral Abyss, right? And like making other like end game okay, not end game content, like combat end game content, right? Like they already had combat events back then, like the Vagabond event. Right, the Vagabond events and stuff. Like, where are they now? They're gone. They're not here anymore. Right? They hardly rerun those combat events. Right? In fact, there's I've seen some videos out there of, I don't remember their channel name, but there is this one channel that I've seen upload videos of literally a tournament. Like not official. It's not Hoyo hosted. It's not Hoyo promoted or whatever. It's just literally a tournament that they and like whoever the organizers were, like just other regular Genshin players and Genshin fans put together themselves a tournament, a Spiral Abyss tournament between different between levels of investment of characters. And very similar to like a MOBA where they had like a pick and ban phase, right? If the combat-oriented players were Hoyo's priority, then that tournament and many others like it would have already been specifically Hoyo hosted and Hoyo promoted. But no. No, they chose to. Hoyo chooses to promote Genshin by holding concerts, hosting anime conventions, hosting giveaways for. Not giveaways. Contests like fan art contests. Because that is. Oh my god. Well, I was kind of hoping that this was like the thing from before, the reason why I had to open up the map before going there, but then I forgot this wasn't it. It's already like, okay, so I'm really gonna have to go out there first then. Oh man, okay. Right, but then like as you can see, Hoyo chooses to host. Hoyo chooses to promote and host Genshin in towards the more casual player base. Towards the more casual player base. The player base who probably doesn't even play Genshin. Right, like obviously most of them do play Genshin. That's how they know about all the characters and stuff. But like they probably play Genshin like super casually, just play Genshin. Like they probably haven't even gone to Inazuma, but then like they hear, oh, like cool, there's this new character. All right, go swipe, pull for a character. Hey, I got them. Oh, this is their weapon. Oh, I'm gonna pull for that too, I guess. Right, that's clearly the kind of players that Hoyo wants. And again, it lines up well. Oh, I didn't realize there was this Tecoloapan here. I'm pretty sure I missed that last time. Right, and it lines up well with. Remember earlier I was talking about Hoyo's newer characters seem to be designed with the mindset of trying to make these characters a lot more plug and play. Right, we talked about where'd he go? Did he just disappear? Oh, no. Okay. Right. With the mindset of trying to make these characters a lot more plug and play. Right? So, earlier we talked about Clorind, Arlecchino, and Neuvillette as the most obvious examples of this. Of this new genre of characters. And I think, yeah, it lines up well because like those kinds of characters, they really cater towards the players, the types of players who are artists, who just like to draw fan art, who just like to draw art, but also really like Genshin characters' designs. So they like to draw art of those characters, or cosplayers, right? And oh, okay. So people like. Okay, here's another example. So I don't know if I don't know if any of you guys know this YouTuber named Giguk. I don't know his real name. I think that's the only channel of his. It seems like he has a lot of channels. But that's the only channel of his that I know of, Giguk. And he seems to be a pretty big deal on YouTube in the anime scene mostly, but he also seems to have dipped his toes into Genshin at some point, right? And I can easily imagine somebody like that who isn't like all in on gacha games and like Hoyo games and like anime games and whatever, right? Who's mostly into anime, but has just heard of this anime-like game, anime aesthetic game, and dips their toes into it, but is clearly has the means to just like swipe a couple of $100 for a few videos here and there, right? But you know, regardless of whether they're a long-term player, that's still money in the bank that us more try-hard combat-oriented players are never gonna give Hoyo. Yes, Gigo. Not only Genshin, but HSR too. Also his wife. Oh, I didn't know that. All these players are like, oh, sexy. Proceeds to C6 R5. Yeah, right? Like they C6 and R5 them. And the thing is too, like, okay, right? Obviously C6 R5 characters are like so strong that even if someone who doesn't know how to play the game, who doesn't know how to build a character, doesn't know how to put a team together, is clearly going to be able to easily take care of overworld stuff, right? And a player like that probably doesn't even care about other endgame, right? They probably don't care about events. They do, but okay, here's another thing. Why are we getting so many minigame events nowadays? Right? Because it caters more towards these casual players. It's like you know, they came in to Genshin for the character, for like, right, the pretty character that they saw in the trailer, but they stay for the mini games. We go over and review those experiences. Begin reviewing. Maybe later. Okay. Right? Because like so doing what I'm doing now. Now I gotta say this part here is the part that I don't know whether that kind of player would be interested in at all. Doing what I'm doing now, doing a quest, skipping through dialogue. I don't know if if the kind of player that I'm like, the examples of the kinds of players that I've been using examples of using as examples actually are interested in doing what I'm doing right now. Walking around in the overworld, skipping through dialogue, talking to this NPC, that NPC, unlocking teleport waypoints. Now, I don't know if this would be at all interesting to that kind of player, because going back to what I said just a moment ago, they come in, they download and install Genshin because they saw a really pretty character that they saw from an ad or a trailer, or like they saw their friend playing. But I don't know how interested that kind of player is in everything that I'm doing right now. But I have to say, I think once they... Oh, wait. Okay, no. Let me think about this. People you talk about like to go to world bosses. These are chores. Yeah. I don't think they would be. Oh, hey, what? Yeah, what's going on, Signal? How you doing, man? That has different plans for me. And I don't like his plans. Okay. Let me think about this. So if a new player... Wow, 0% exploration. If a new player comes into Genshin, downloads and installs the game, because they thought the game looked cool from seeing a friend play it, or like they saw a really good looking character from a trailer, from an advertisement or whatever, or from a billboard or what. So what they're gonna start with, remember what they're gonna start with. They're gonna start walking down this beach. They're gonna start walking down this beach, following those tutorial / instructions that they give you at the very beginning, and they're gonna see is that yellow dot and numbers and letter M. Like, right? Like, that's what they're gonna see, and of course the really good-looking open world. No, sorry, I'm trying to like put myself in the shoes of a very new player who had a very different goal in mind, but comes into the game and sees something very different. Of course, they still see the character that they, that probably attracted them to the game. And with them, Genshin is thriving. I'm thankful as an F2B. Yeah, right? Yeah. I mean, like, and that's why you don't ever hear me complain about the Genshin whales. Genshin whales who do showcases and do speedruns and stuff. You don't ever hear me complain about them because they allow me to play this game completely for free. I can relate, actually. That's how I came into the game. Yeah, right? So, okay. And then once they start following that, like, they start heading for that dot, right? What they see is they see this lake, they see this path, they see this lake, they see that Paimon tells them, oh, swim across this thing. And then, okay, unlocks the map. Oh, so apparently, okay, right? Like, they then discover the rest of the game. They very slowly discover the rest of the game. That this game isn't just about that character that they saw their friend playing, or like on the billboard or in the advertisement or whatever, right? There's like an entire game around it. And so I think what goes on there is their mindset is then set into this, like, oh, this is this kind of game. Okay, oh, they have a lot of quests. They have a lot of stuff for me to do. And depending on what kind of player that is, if it's the kind of player that doesn't wanna they just wanna relax. They wanna play this game, but they wanna relax. So I think what's gonna happen is they're gonna mostly turn their brains off and just follow the yellow dot, follow the yellow dot, talk to the NPC that the yellow dot wants them to talk to, go to the location that where the yellow dot's at, and then just skip through the dialogue with their brains completely turned off. And along with that, they get to experience this beautiful world, this beautiful open world, and really simple mechanics of like walking around and jumping and gliding and stuff. Right? So I think, yeah, and if it's somebody that has had experience with gacha games and open world games, if they're like a gamer who is like highly experienced with video games, then they probably won't be that kind of player who just turns their brain off and follows the yellow dot, follows the purple dot, follows the blue dot. So for them, okay, very very easily, they'll immediately really get into the game and actually start playing the game. Right? Now, as for, and for that kind of player, that's it. That's sort of like their journey, and then that's it. They've gotten into the mindset, and then the rest will be history. They go through Liyue, they go to Inazuma, they go to Sumeru, etc. Right? Going back to the kind of player that just wants to relax, right? That just wants to relax, but wants to play a video game. I think what happens then is it becomes satisfying to them. Because think about it, what do we get by following the dots, right? Like what do we call this thing? It's not necessarily a dot, but right? It is like very obvious because like, look, see, I look away and it's there, and like it is like to somebody who's partially turned their brain off. This is like so disturbing that it's there, and it, like, to me, I'm trying to put myself in that kind of player's shoes, and it is so disturbing that it's there, that it is so disturbing that I have quote unquote something that I haven't completed, right? And okay, so earlier I was trying to go into this conversation of completion, right? Because like remember earlier I stopped my previous yap my previous yap about the kinds of players that Hoyo is trying to cater, make Genshin cater towards, and I kind of stopped because at some point I realized, we got to, okay, those are the types of players. These types of players don't really care about everything that I'm doing right now, right? And then now we circle back to this completion. Some players, not even players, there are some people out there who just want to relax after a long day at work, after a long day at school, and they saw this like really attractive advertisement, trailer, or billboard or whatever, or they saw their friend playing this game and they thought it was cool. And now, again, going back to Mondstadt, their mindset has already been sort of programmed into that, okay, this game wasn't only that character. There's a whole game around it, and this game is me running around talking to NPCs and going to this location, that location, touching statues, unlocking teleport waypoints. And cool, I guess there's a story too for when I don't want to turn my brain off. And then tomorrow they go back to school or work and they talk to their friend, hey Mike, you know that game that you showed me yesterday? I played it last night and I did this, I did that, and then there you go, right? Like now you have a common interest with someone, and that someone's like, oh yeah, you got to do this, you got to do that, right? Like, and then you figure out, I guess now it seems it opens up like this whole new world for you, that you have to do this, you have to do that, and now here you go. There you go. Now you're stuck here. You're stuck here with the rest of us. So yeah, okay. And going back to what kind of player this was. So originally, this was a very casual kind of player. Very casual kind of player who didn't come here with the intention of doing math. Right? Doing math and doing theory crafting or whatever. Right? They didn't come in here because they thought, oh, this is like a competitive game, and like with this I get to like flex my math muscles and whatever, right? They didn't come in here with that mindset. They came in here with a very specific mindset. They thought something looked cool. They tried it. They discovered there's this whole there's this really big world all around them, with this like entire game all around the thing that they thought they were here for. So yeah, I mean, I guess yeah, circling back, us tryhard combat oriented players are not we are not Hoyo's priority. Oh, and here's another thing too. So remember how like every now and then, not very often, but every now and then we get clips, either shorts or videos from other content creators reviewing the like some like giant Giga Whales accounts who has like C6 R5 everything and like so many extra weapons that they could probably like with those extra weapons, that like those extra weapons could probably be given to Ukraine to help them in the war. But for some reason, some of them are like insane completionists. Like some of them are like insane completionists. Like they level 90 everyone. They level 90 everyone. They build everyone. They gear up everyone. And some of them are also C6R5. You can even start a small house here in the Philippines. That's true. That's actually true. Yeah, yeah. Just C6R5ing one character in Genshin. You can. So when you say start, I think what you mean is like you can buy like a small plot of land, depending on how far you are from the city. But yeah, you can buy a small plot of land and like get started on like a house. Yeah, that's actually true. At one point, I got completely lost at what you were talking about. Yeah, me too. I almost got myself lost too. I almost got myself lost too. But then like I kind of found myself because like it's so I'm trying to like really zoom out here is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to zoom out, trying to like be able trying to like see the whole picture. As for, oops, that was poorly timed. I'm trying to see like the whole picture, like trying to see what's connected and what's not connected and whatever. Right, and like I might not be able to like properly explain it because it's just I don't know, like there's just way too many things that are like connected to each other and like have to be explained thoroughly, and like because I'm just not as good at words as the next person out there, I can't explain it efficiently enough and quickly enough before I get lost in my own words, in my own thoughts. For me to be able to like finally get to the end of whatever point I was trying to lead up to, and like put it all together, because there are just way too many things that are like lining up that have to be lined up. I actually deserve so much respect, RJ. So many people who doom post don't see anything. Yeah, and that's the problem. Like, okay, yeah, the doom posting thing, and like not even just those kinds of people, just a lot of people in general nowadays. They don't want to see the big picture. Like, I don't know what it is. So yeah, one, it's ignorance, and two, it's the lack of wanting to not be ignorant, or like the refusal to accept that they have to look at the everything instead of looking at one thing, right? Like, okay, so there's a reason why like propaganda has to be simplified. They have to like put it into like one slogan, is because the general public is just not smart enough to understand like the deeper complexities of whatever they're rallying about. Right? Like, okay, here's one. Parents and people on Twitter and whoever that are that complain about like how gun laws in America need to be stricter or whatever, right? But then what do they know? They saw news of like another school shooting. Okay, that's a good example. That's a good reason to get behind that. But like, is that the only reason why gun laws should be stricter? No, there's like way more than that. There's like way more reasons for those gun laws to be stricter. And like, again, once you start to get into that, there's like, obviously I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a politician, I don't know how these laws get changed or whatever, right? But it gets so much more complicated than that. Okay, like here's an example. Here's an example. So this topic got talked about. RJ best yapper. Every little thing is me. But it's their money and they enjoy it, so it's fair, and they just respect them as long as they don't bother anyone. Yeah, that's true, right? That's true. Honestly, that doesn't. And wait, what was I? Oh, okay, yeah. So a couple of months ago, I believe. Yeah, a couple of months ago, this got talked about on the WAN show, like LTT, the WAN show. Oh, there's the oculi. So I don't know where this was, but I'm pretty sure it was somewhere in the U.S., like a state or a city in the U.S., or like a senator or someone tried to make owning a 3D printer illegal. And so why is that? Right? So what happened? So what happened was they tried to make owning a 3D printer illegal because they saw someone make parts make parts and pieces of a gun using a 3D printer. And there is actually, by the way, a real community out there that does this stuff. Like they 3D print gun parts that they can somehow put together into making a real functioning gun. Right? And okay. And so the way they talked about it on the show was like they said this was a negative thing, right? Because like think about it. If you have to ban and outright make 3D printers illegal because because it can be weaponized, well, why not make a hammer illegal? Because I can just go up to Walmart or like the local hardware store, buy a hammer, and then like hit my neighbor like 50 times in the head because I hate him. And there you go. The tool has now become a weapon, right? Like, are we banning hammers? Are we making hammers illegal? Right? So, man, dude, the number of like detours we've taken in today's yapping session, man. Right? So anyway, what I'm trying to get at is like people just I don't know, like so are ignorant, and some people are ignorant, and some people are ignorant, know they're ignorant, but choose to not inform themselves because I don't know. I don't know why. They just choose not to for some reason. And then yeah, they these are the kinds of people that like doom post and whatever. These are the kinds of people that are often the loudest in the community, on social media, anywhere. And they're and not even just the loudest. They are often also the majority of people. Hey, what's up, lawyer? Also, I'm still considering that you are happy, even though you have neither confirmed nor denied that you are happy. So, how you doing, happy? Good to see you again, man. Hmm. What did I need to do here again? I kind of don't remember. RJ, that is happy, bro. Uji confirmed it already? Oh, he did? Oh, okay. Wait. Did he confirm it here on YouTube or on Discord? Oh, what is this? Is this a jump thing? No. Okay, so this is a thing that I can place. Ah, okay. So, I need to somehow open this thing. I imagine I can open this thing now? No? Ah, okay, cool. Nope, nope. Gotta get this chest first. On Discord, so don't blame me. Ah, I see. He's a detective. I mean, Muji, man. Dude. I don't know what to say about the guy, man. Like, I don't know. It's like... I can't... I don't want to say it's like he knows everything. But, like, even... Like, he doesn't even play Genshin anymore. But, like, he still seems to be, like, on top of things. Like I don't see him as like this like kind of like genius that knows everything and is like good at everything, but this like I could see him being like a normal like average dude, but somehow. All right, I did not want to do that. Okay, I need a box. Ah, there it is. Oops. But like he somehow just knows what's up. Oh no, tunnel? Yeah. Anyway, hi Maisa. How you doing, man? Muji. He's so nice, so informative. He's not actually on top of things for recent things. He's super on top for everything before Fontaine. Muji is actually so good. I'm just bad. But I'm just a bad but obsessive person. You know, speaking of which, like, okay, so obviously, like, I don't know you like personally, like, I don't see you every day, and like how you do everyday stuff from person, but um, so I can't say that I really know you, right? Because I don't know, like, I don't need, like, all I know about you is what I see from you, like, online and stuff. So, but from that statement, you at least from my perspective of you, like, online, just online, you seem to be like someone who is like at least trying to not be ignorant, and you're like, again, you're just like all of us. You have your own struggles in day-to-day life, like with all your projects and stuff, right? Like, and you know, like me, I have work, and like people, they have jobs, they go to school, they have their own like personal problems, family problems, whatever, right? Like, that's all like part of just a normal well, not yeah, like that's all just part of being human, right? Like, everyone has problems, but like, we all have our unique quirks as well, and your unique quirks seem to be that you seem to be slightly above average when it comes to, like, at least ability to like discern things. And okay, what did I need to do here again? Oh yes, that's right, just stand next to this thing. And you don't seem to be like overly exceptional, like talented, gifted, oh, like, you know, like Albert Einstein or whatever. Oh, I need to well, get out. Thank you. There you go. But again, going back, at the very least, you seem to be at least somebody who wants to be not ignorant, somebody who wants to stay informed and stuff. Right, and you know that you that if you don't try super hard, that it might not be enough for how well you want to achieve something, if that makes sense. So what ends up happening is, yeah, you end up being obsessive. You end up being obsessive. Not being obsessive, but you end up obsessing about like doing extra well in this like one thing that you're focusing on right now. To try and compensate for the lack of natural talent. And I can actually relate very much. And I have I have talked about this plenty of times on stream, where like I see myself as somebody who's actually like below average, not like, you know, retarded or anything, but it's just like slightly below average in terms of like wit and wisdom and general like smarts, like how quickly I can remember things, how quickly I can like piece puzzles together and stuff like that. And I knew this as a kid, and I saw myself as me being this as a kid, and going into like the little details. I was, again, I've mentioned this plenty of times on stream before. I was very often not the first one to come up with an idea. No, actually not very often, but always. I might have at some point, like once or twice, but like less than just a handful of times, been the guy that came up with like the cool idea, the good idea. But that hardly ever happens. Right, so to me, and me being competitive, even though I don't have the competitive I don't have the competitive talent, nor do I have the competitive capabilities like reflexes and just, you know, overall smarts. I still wanted to be the smart guy. I still wanted to be the guy that, you know, had the cool ideas before everyone else did. So, to compensate for this, to make myself feel better about myself, I often just, I guess like at some point I developed this personality of mine that I just like knowing stuff, like random stuff, whether they're useful or not. Because and along with that, I started to develop the this, I guess, thing of mine where in any setting, in most settings, I wanted to be the guy who always had something to say about anything, about any topic that was you know, being talked about, to make myself seem smart, to make myself feel good about not actually being smart. I'm actually the worst in the society I live in. Well, that's the thing though, is remember, so okay, last stream I believe, I don't remember exactly when it was, but like at some point I remember talking about at some point I remember talking about Singapore in the same light as South Korea, and like South Koreans with like all their their obsession with perfection, and talking about like societies that have improved to the that have gotten so good to the point that like most of their citizens are living good lives, but in exchange for this, it makes their societies so competitive that it makes overall life hard for a lot of their citizens, especially the young people. Because everything then becomes so competitive. And yeah, I mean, like, you living in Singapore and growing up in Singapore, that's why you're in this situation, wrong person. Maybe it's the society, not you. I don't know how to be a funny person. I want to be seen as smart, but I just can't. I wish I could be looked up to. I always look up to others. Is that selfish? Narcissistic? No, it's normal. It's normal, right? Because especially, again, okay, try and zoom out again, right? Like, let's try and zoom out here. Why are you feeling like this? Maybe you already just have this built into you, or maybe you just see others be looked up to, and you just see others be seen as smart, and you see others where other people agree that this person is smart and is right, has good ideas before anyone else, etc., etc., or see something that others don't see, right? As a great person, others see, like, you see others be seen as great people. But why do we see these people? And in 2024, right, in the age of the internet, we are always we have this just this flood of information all the time. You're just the most relatable, RJ. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate it. I mean, like, because I am average. Well, yeah, I'm an average Joe, and at some point, when in my in my younger years, in my really really younger years, I wanted to be these people that I looked up to, that I thought were cool. Okay, like here's an here's an example, by the way. Here's an example. So I saw the Terminator. Oh wait, what is that? Why is it damaging me? Okay. Saw Terminator 2 for the first time. Right? Saw Terminator 2 for the first time. I saw how badass John, like, I don't know how old he was. 14, 15-year-old John Connor maybe? Right? Like reloading those guns, and being a bad boy, like skipping school, whatever, just being a delinquent overall. And like, okay, all right, I know it's weird, but that was like the cool thing for boys, for not every boy, but like most boys at the time. Okay, this was the 2000s. I thought it was cool. Okay, this was 20 plus years ago. So, all right, I get this. I asked my mom if I could grow my hair long, if she would allow me to grow my hair to be as long as however long John, like 15-year-old John Connor's in Terminator 2's hair was, because I wanted to look like him. I wanted to act like him. Right? I wanted to quote unquote be him. Right? Because I thought that was cool. I wanted to be cool. And I thought he was cool. So I was going to use him as my, well, model. Right? For somebody that I thought who was cool. Okay, I think this is my opportunity to get to that teleporter. Okay, well, whatever. Never mind. I'll just come back for it later. Right, so we see something that we like, or someone that we like, and we want to be like them. And in today's world, where we are just constantly flooded with information, we see that every day, multiple times a day even. And we want to be like that because we like them, and we like how they are, so we want to be like them as well. They're sort of like our role models. And the problem with that is, if all 8 billion of us on Earth was that person that we looked up to, who would be left to look up to us if we were all gonna be that person that is being looked up to? Right? It just doesn't work. And I know this, like, it sounds like I'm being negative, like, okay, no, like, not all of us can be this, not all of us can be that, right? Like, just give up on it. And like, I know I sound like I'm being negative, but I'm just being realistic. Not everyone, if everyone can be the next, if everyone can be the next Marquez Brownlee, or everyone can be the next Linus Sebastian, or man, who else is like the next Taylor Swift, right? The next Jay-Z. Is Jay-Z even still a thing? I don't think so. I don't know. Right? If everyone, oh, there you go. To quote Syndrome from The Incredibles, when everyone's super, no one will be. Right? No, not everyone can be super, because when everyone is super, no one will be. So some people have, like, there has to be some people at the bottom of the of the societal pyramid. By the way, again, societal, not suicidal. Just to clarify, because they sound kind of similar. Society, the pyramid of society. I sure is disciplined, smart, respected, like my best friend. Well, here's the thing, though. Like again, right? He already has that at his age, and then like somebody could say, "Well, don't worry, you're young," and you're like, "But like we're the same age, right?" Like you can make that argument, but again, not everyone is super, right? Because if everyone's super, no one will be super anymore. Eventually, most of us will reach that point where we are all disciplined enough, where we are all matured enough, respected enough, and of course we won't all get exactly everything we wanted, but at the very least we'll get to the point where we are contented with what we got. I like 99 rappers, and Jay-Z ain't one. I'm so confused. Like, so there was this one song that had Jay-Z in it. I don't think it was a Jay-Z song, but it had Jay-Z in it. Like, it was featured in it. It was like something touch the sky, whatever. Like, I don't remember. Right, that one song, and I don't think it was Jay-Z's, but Jay-Z was just in it, I think, and. But like other than that, like none of his songs just make sense to me. Why people are so like fixated on him? They're like they idolize him as if like he's some kind of god. Again, I did the same thing again. Yo, why'd you drop that on me, little guy? I hate people who say you're only 15. So many. 15 is only a fraction of all the years you have, but to me, 15 has been all my life. And like you're almost legal. Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. When you say 15, a fraction of the years that someone else has, but also 15 is like for you is all your life, right? But then here's another thing too. It's not always the years that make someone mature or like make someone grow in a certain aspect. It's not always just the number of years. It's not always time. Very often it is experiences. And we all live different lives, therefore we all have different experiences, right? Some of us have experienced more than others at 15, but some of us have experienced next to nothing at 25. Right? So and it's this difference that make us all different from each other. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna use this. And so this made, oh man, this conversation made me recall like the experiences that I went through. And so I'm, obviously I'm not like, I'm not like a World War One, World War Two veteran, and like so, right? Like I haven't experienced as much as those people, but I have my own experiences, right? And to me, at least this is how I see it. I feel like I was a kid, all the way up to like when I was 24, 25, like even 26 maybe. Right? Only up to like a few years ago. I I see myself as like I was a kid until then. And like even now I still see myself as like I'm young-ish. I'm not old yet, but I wouldn't see myself as like old yet, but I don't see myself as like a kid anymore, right? Only until that point. And so what I was as a kid was this, not like the most spoiled brat out there that you've ever seen, but I certainly was used to getting what I wanted. What? Didn't I take it? Oh. Ah, okay. Right, I certainly was used to getting what I wanted. Not everything I wanted, but a lot of what I wanted. I got a lot of what I wanted. And because of that, I got used to getting what I wanted. That if my mom and dad couldn't give it to me, then I would try to find a way to get it for myself. And because of that, I saw myself as that like this proud spoiled brat who thought that I could get what I wanted as long as I could get what I wanted as long as I wanted it enough, and it wasn't like practically impossible for someone like me to get. Right? As long as I wanted it enough, as long as I planned properly, as long as I did stuff like that, right? As long as I prepared, and as long as as long as I planned properly, as long as I prepared, and sometimes if I could see it not being attainable by just being smart, then I could try like just being stubborn, right? I could try just banging my head against the wall until I get what I wanted, and that often worked for me in my younger years, until at some point. So I've told this story from back then, like when I worked on this, like really. Oh, how did I miss? Did I miss this before? Oh no, I didn't miss this. Okay. When I worked on this like disgusting ship, right? So very complicated story, but I was trying to achieve something. It was sort of like I was trying to take a shortcut to achieve something big. And I thought that I could make it work just by either planning properly and or persevering. And it turns out it did not. It did not work out well. I didn't get anything that I wanted at all. Anything that I thought I would get for doing what I did. And in the end, what I ended up doing, what I ended up getting was, I ended up learning humility. So, I ended up having no choice but to shower literally once every 2 weeks for 3 months and eating whatever disgusting food. Like, it wasn't, it wasn't like unhealthy. Sorry, no, not unhealthy. It wasn't like food that was gonna make me sick, but I wouldn't say disgusting, but it just wasn't as good as I had been used to until that point. And I had to live with just seeing. Okay, I guess I could share like a little bit of the little things that I saw there while I was there. I saw and experienced while I was there. So every morning when we docked at Bohol, the little truck, the little truck that the shipping company owned would drive up. Okay, here's the thing, right? The ship that I worked on did not have any way to hold fresh water on the ship. So there was zero fresh water on the ship. It was a tiny ship, by the way, not a boat, but it was an actual ship. But right, like, it was very small. It was very old, very under maintained, and like it was a wonder that the thing was still floating. Well, that's a thing. Huh? There's something in there. Oh wait, no. Okay. I guess I have to go this way first. I remember now. Kinda. What? Oh yeah, this. Anyway, so yeah, the ship did not have any means of holding fresh water on the ship. So there was no water to use to wash your hands with. There was no water to use to shower. There was no water to use to wash your clothes with. Nothing. Oh, wait. No. I think I need this for something. No. Yep, here we go. What did you do there exactly? Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to explain this. So, TLDR, I was trying to take a shortcut to achieve the big thing that I needed to do. And the big thing that I needed to do was I needed to complete my apprenticeship for my major. And it was how I was gonna get my bachelor's degree, right? And because, man, this goes all the way back to like 2012. It's like a super long story, but I guess I have time. What am I doing anyway? Like I should be able to at the very least like tell this story. So 2012, I graduated from marine transportation, but I didn't immediately look for a shipping company that I could take up, that I could get an apprenticeship from. Get this thing. Think I need the thing over there. And the problem with not not going out to look for a shipping company to take you in as an apprentice immediately after graduating from college. I'm an idiot. There was already one in here. Is like these because being an apprentice, obviously they don't pay you, right? They don't pay you, you don't pay them, whatever. But you're also just a student, so they don't really benefit that much from you. So they only pick certain people. And you're having good grades certainly helps out a lot. Which I didn't have. And because of, well, what my life was at the time, I didn't do it. I didn't immediately look for a company that would take me as an apprentice, so I could complete my apprenticeship. And what happened was I went to Cebu to look for a job. Oh, where did these go? I went to Cebu to look for a job, and the job I ended up getting was, working at a call center, working in customer service. And I ended up doing that for the next 4-5 years. 2012 all the way through 2015 to 2016. And so I was already not a fresh graduate anymore who did not have good grades, right? And by the time that I tried to actually look for a company that would take me as an apprentice so that I could finally get my apprenticeship and finally get my bachelor's degree for marine transportation, I was already not a fresh graduate who did not have good grades. And, to shipping companies, that is very unattractive. And with like literally tens of thousands of you trying to do the same exact thing, obviously they're going to pick the fresh graduate with way better grades. So it was starting to become impossible for me to achieve that. And so I ended up taking that as a shortcut, like how I ended up on that ship. You are a cadet seafarer. Well, never ended up becoming one. And so working on that ship was basically my dad met this guy who said that they could pay money, and this agency would find a place for you to work, to be an apprentice at. And it was sort of like a cheat. And when I say cheat, because like for you to be considered to have completed your in marine transportation, for you to be considered as to have completed your apprenticeship, you'd have to have been an apprentice for more than for at least 1 year, for at least 12 months, on a ship that is at least 500 gross tonnage. What happened? Gross tonnage in terms of size. And the ship that I worked on was clearly way below 500 gross tons. And the shortcut there that I was trying to take is I wouldn't have had to have been an apprentice there for 12 months for them to give me a certificate saying that I completed my apprenticeship for 12 months. it was basically me trying to, get fake papers by paying money. And obviously I didn't have money, right? So it was, like my parents did it for me, right? And they supported me. They supported my decision, and it didn't end up working out. I ended up, I ended up working there for like 3 or 4 months. They kept promising like, okay, like dude, just no, actually, you know what? They promised 2 months, and then they said, no, just stay there for like another 2 weeks. And then, okay, 2 weeks go by. And then they said another 2 weeks. Another 2 weeks go by. They said another 2 weeks. Okay, another 2 weeks go by. And at that point, I was already almost 4 months into that ship, and they still haven't given me what they promised. And so I just decided, that's it. Alright, this isn't gonna work. I guess this is me not getting what I wanted. And there you go. There was my lesson in humility. Hence the slave labor. Yeah. Yeah, right? Because obviously you're not going to complain about it, because like if you're both doing shady stuff, right? So yeah, hence the slave labor. Where is this? And if all of a sudden law enforcement decides to come onto this random Genshin stream and listens to what I just said, there you go, incriminating evidence already. Although I didn't really I attempted to, but I didn't really end up committing a crime. I would, at the very least, not that I know of. So I don't think it would be grounds for criminal. What's the word I'm looking for? Evidence for a crime, because in the end there was no crime that happened. Just some shady stuff. People trying to scam each other and not ending up working out for anyone. By not showering. The ship lacked gross tonnage, so it made up. Okay. So all right. I realized there's a disconnect in my story there. So, okay. Again, tiny ship, really janky shipping company, right? That's basically how I could put it. Really janky shipping company. Barely they owned 2 ships. One of them wasn't functional anymore because they just, they said they had repairs to do, but their owners, I guess, refused to buy the materials that they needed. So at that point, the company only had one ship functioning, which was the one we worked on. So yeah, I guess just to paint a picture of what kind of situation that was. The ship did have water, but it was they had a tank somewhere in the ship. Like ships do, right? Like ships have tanks, but they used that tank because they didn't want to pay for fresh water, so they just got a pump. They would just take seawater and put it into that tank, and so that seawater would just be, at the very least, be usable for flushing toilets and stuff for the passengers. No, it wasn't a very big ship. Again, like I said, so it was a tiny ship, right? Most number of passengers I think it could carry was probably 200 people maybe. So it was basically a ferry, like a really small ferry. Oh my god. I just realized there's an oculi here that I could have gotten while doing this quest. I do not remember getting this oculi while I was doing this quest on my third account, which means I'm gonna have to find my own way to get back to exactly where I am right now without doing this quest. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not looking forward to that. Me forgetting the point is just being interested. Okay, so the overall point of this was it's not always number of years. It's not always amount of time lived on Earth that teaches you discipline or makes you grow as a person. And sometimes, and it is often experiences. Am I still going up? Okay, I am. So okay, all right. We had salt water essentially on the ship, right? So no water at all to use to wash clothes, no water to use to even to even wash your butt if you took a dump on the ship. No water to even wash your hands with. At the like I guess you had salt water. And so going back to we go back to this thing. This is really weird. Like there was like no sense of scale. Like those things just moved as if they were tiny. Okay, yeah, going back to this the truck owned the small truck owned by the shipping company that would bring us fresh water every day. But the thing was, so, but there was no tank for fresh water, right? So where did we put it? So what ended up happening on that ship was there were like maybe a dozen, yeah, about a dozen, 5-liter gallons, like 5-liter gallons, like plastic gallons, on the side of the deck of the ship, and nobody owned those things. Nobody owned those things. They belonged to the shipping company. But because there weren't that many of it, like maybe 15 of those plastic 5-liter gallons, I want to say maybe there were 10-liter gallons. I can't remember really. They weren't super big, but they also weren't super small. And what ended up happening was we would so that truck would bring in like there were like 2 or I think 3 drums, gasoline drums, like the drums that you would see, you would see that have like ship fuel in it at a port, but they were like old and used, so instead they were being used to put water in it. There were like 2 or 3 on the back of this truck owned by the shipping company, and they would go to wherever. I've never really went with it even once, so I don't really know where they got fresh water from. And they were only able to make a certain number of trips each day before we had to start working. We had to like get the ship ready for passengers to start getting on. So we didn't have an unlimited amount of fresh water. And the thing was too, we also didn't have an unlimited amount of space to put said fresh water. So once the truck came back after doing a few trips, at some point it would fill up all those gallons on the deck. But because there weren't enough for everyone to to shower with, or to wash their clothes, wash their even just their underwear with. Everyone just, not everyone, but like a lot of them just very often, very often got into like little, no, actually, you know what? Not little, but like big arguments over whose gallon of water this was. Because, so, for you, like, how it worked was, for you to have a claim of which gallon water belonged to you for that day, was you would have had to, like, to to actually fill it up, to move the water from the drums on the back of the truck into those gallons, right? And if you actually filled up those gallons yourself, then you had a claim to those gallons, right? So that water would be yours at the very least for that day. But what ended up happening was too is people even after the day is done, even after they, like the gallons were empty, people still just, they put away the gallons and they would just say like, hey, these gallons are mine, all right? These gallons are mine. Nobody touch them. So even though the gallons technically didn't belong to them, it belonged to the shipping company, so it technically belonged to all of us. We were all, where Bon is. Oh, okay. Sorry, buddy. Forgot about you. What ended up happening was, like, if you weren't aggressive enough to try and lay claim to at least a few of those gallons, then you would have had no way to have access to any fresh water at all the whole time you were there. And I just did not think it was worth getting into a petty argument for water. Right? Like, maybe in a post-apocalyptic world, like after World War III's happened, maybe I would certainly get into an argument with someone over who owns which gallon of water. But in a fully functioning society where fresh water is like a normal commodity that everyone has access to, I just didn't see I just didn't see any reason for me to get into an argument with someone and like even potentially get into a fist fight with someone. So I just, in the end, I just had to suck it up. Another thing too that I had to deal with over there was the food. So the food wasn't awful, right? Like, it was edible. Well, that's the only thing that I had going for it. It was edible. Should have bought a shank. So okay, so how food there worked was, so before we got on the ship, before we started working on the ship, they told us that we had to prepare like a small plastic container that they could put rice in and whatever food was that they had for lunch, or breakfast, lunch, or dinner for that day. And okay, so I got one, and what they did was they just told us to just leave it in the kitchen, and they would just fill it up at breakfast time, lunchtime, and dinner time. They would just fill it up with rice and whatever food they had for that meal. And so typically, nobody ever claimed someone else's plastic container, because we somehow, like, most of us somehow got different looking containers. So it would have been obvious if someone took someone else's plastic container, like plastic Tupperware. But what often happened was some people would go get their plastic container with their food in it a little bit later than others because they had work to do or whatever. And let's say if today's lunch was rice and fish, if you there like every now and then, if you took your if you went to the kitchen to get your meal, to get your lunch a little bit later than someone else, there's quite a high chance that your container just wouldn't have fish in it anymore. You'd still have rice in it, but no more fish. Someone else would just take your fish. Sometimes, right? That sometimes happened. And yeah, I had to go through a couple of meals there with like literally only rice. Because, well, somebody took my fish. Another thing I had to do there too was oh, Kazuha is, well, basically dead. I gotta heal Kazuha then. Oh, well, I got lucky. Didn't get one hit. Another thing that I had to do over there was so I had to buy my own a spoon and fork, and like I don't mind. I typically don't mind eating with just my hands, but again, ship with no fresh water. Ship with no fresh water. So I had to do my best to not get my hands dirty, because there was nothing to wash it with. RJ joined the PvP ship on survival mode. How much did he pay for it? So okay, in USD probably doesn't sound too impressive, but about, so in today's conversion rate, about $400. More like $450. Yeah. Hey, thanks, buddy. I needed a lift. Apparently, it's not that hard to get carried by little guy. Okay, so anyway, spoon and fork, right? Spoon and fork. So again, right? Okay, you kind of have a slight idea of like what kind of picture this ship looks like, right? People who would take like anything the moment you blinked your eyes, right? Okay. So that spoon and fork, if I left it in my plastic Tupperware in the kitchen, you know, just so I could just get it later when I got my food, guaranteed, the first day I leave it there, it would have just disappeared. In fact, actually, you know what? Actually, the exact same scenario did actually happen. On the first day I left it there, my fork disappeared. thankfully, they had the decency to leave my spoon. So for the remainder of that trip, or for the remainder of that journey I had there, my adventure there, I only had a spoon, and I could have bought a fork, but I didn't because I thought, well, that would be one more thing that I'd have to wash after eating. And I would be like, and I was like, okay, I guess I'll be fine with just a spoon. And so that spoon, what I did with that spoon is I had it with me the whole time. It never left my side. It was always in my, like, so I always had this, like, small, what do I even call that kind of bag? I guess, like, men's handbag? I don't know what to call it, man. Okay, so that was almost half a K to learn that you keep your fork with you. Men's handbag. Just say purse, I guess. Yeah, yeah. So that's actually a very common bag here in the Philippines, especially nowadays. Okay, catch up to... Oh, wait, wasn't there a thing up there? Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna have to come back to this island, aren't I? So okay, yeah, I always carried it with me. That was where my phone was always at. That was where my that was where my, well, my spoon was always in. How fabulous was the purse though? No, very average, very average, very average. Oh, my phone charger was always there. Phone charger was always there. And okay, so that was for meals, right? That was the thing for meals. Okay, now let's talk about access to electricity. Right? All right, I had a phone, so of course I had to keep it charged. And remember, this was 2016. Yeah, this is 2016, right? Where phones, even high-end phones, typically only lasted about 3 or 4 hours if you used it heavily. Right, so, and especially at the time, the phone I had really only lasted, realistically, using it, using it heavily, realistically only lasted for like an hour and a half, really. But of course, because I was at work-ish, I wasn't able to use it heavily all the time. So it typically lasted maybe almost a day. So that meant I had to charge my phone slightly more than once a day. Okay, so where did we get electricity from? So the only places that had outlets. The only place that had outlets on that ship was... One was in the indoor passenger accommodation. Oh, there, okay. Yeah. And so there were, I believe, 2 outlets in there. And there were another 2 outlets in the... how would I describe it? Store? Shop. Yeah, I guess shop. Yeah. So there was also like a shop like that where the shipping company sold, I guess, stuff. Well, stuff like coffee, cup noodles, stuff like that. And oh, how do I raise? Ah, okay. Could probably go here. Okay, that's not how you go down. Lower the lift, that's not right. Oh joy. Yikes. Okay, well, okay, maybe I can make it through this thing. Okay, so anyway, there were like a select two of us, and not employees, by the way. Two of us, like same exact thing that I was on that thing on that ship. Apprentices. Oh boy, that's still too high. Oh wait, no, I'm not losing. Yeah, okay, there. All right, let's go. All right, we're good. So, and there were only two of us that were trusted with running the shop. And well, two, not me including, right? Like two of us. And if you were on good terms with either of those two guys, you could at the very least, like they were at the very least like trustworthy guys. They were nice guys. So they wouldn't, like, you could at least leave your phone with them. But the thing was too is the two outlets there were also being used. Like it was actually important to the path. Oh. One of the two outlets also had to be used. How do I raise it? What? Okay, if I jump down here, will I be able to raise it? Your immune system got a huge buff thanks to that shit. You know, I actually, yeah, I actually do believe that that did happen. Like I did actually think of that. At some point, I have thought about that quite a bit, and I'm pretty sure that did happen. Yeah. So, at some point, like not early on, I didn't really know the two guys that were running the store, were running the shop, so I couldn't charge my phone there. So, I had to, I ended up having no choice but to, well, like just charge my phone in the indoor passenger accommodations, but again, in a place where people would take your fish or your fork, right? Something as insignificant as your fish or your fork. I highly doubt they wouldn't take a phone. It's dog beating time. Right? I highly doubt they wouldn't take a phone. So, if you wanted to charge your phone in there, you had to stick to it. You had to stay by it the whole time. You had to stay by it the whole time. And I guess I was fortunate enough that the phone I had at the time, despite having such a short battery life, at the very least charged up pretty quickly. At the very least charged up pretty quickly. So I didn't have to stay there for too long. The big problem was the outlet was up high. Well, not super high, but like it was high enough so that you couldn't just sit on the floor while using your phone while it was charging. You had to actually like just stay standing up, and it was far enough from any of the beds in there. It was far enough from any of the beds that you couldn't sit on a bed while using your phone while it was charging. And there was nowhere, like, you know, there was like somewhere to at least put your phone down on, but that meant that, yeah, either you'd be standing up using your phone the whole time, or you would just put it down there, put it down that little nook that was close-ish to the outlet in that room, and you would just sit on the bed waiting for your phone to charge. And even if you could just stand up for at least the first 2 minutes charging your phone, because remember, this was the indoor passenger accommodation, it was like closed off enough that reception in the room was terrible. There was no data in there. It wasn't even like there was barely a signal to even send a text or make a phone call. So your only choice really was, yeah, just plug your phone in, sit on the bed, wait for it, or stand up the whole time. The outlet was a pie. What? Now, to this day, I'm still... by the way, like, throughout the whole time that I was there, at some point, I lost my earphones. The earphones that came with my phone when I bought it. And it was like a really nice pair of earphones. Like, not like high-end pair of earphones, but like really nice for you know, a free pair of earphones. And to this day, I still... I don't know, man. I don't know how I lost it. Like, maybe I was sleeping, and like I got so sleepy that I took them off, but I didn't, because I was so sleepy, I forgot to put it in my bag, and I just ended up can I please move? Oh my god. Jeez. This is so cringe. That I might have just put it next to my head while I was sleeping and forgot to put it in my bag, and then like while I was sleeping someone took it. Either that, or someone asked to borrow it and I forgot that someone asked to borrow it. So I never asked for it back because I forgot that they borrowed it. Like those are my theories, because I just cannot remember. Driving me nuts already. Poor RJ. I mean, like, it's driving you nuts. I have to live with that. That lives next door. You can only hear it when I stream. I get to hear that every day. But yeah, it's really annoying. Oh. Oh, it's space is dodge? It's the last part of the comment. I appreciate your concern, man. Well, nothing a little rage can't fix, you know? Nothing a little rage can't fix. Obviously, it's the middle of the night, so I can't do that right now, but... Nothing a little rage can't fix. Just not right now. Some other time, maybe. Some other time. Always this time of the night too. That is true. Yeah, that is true. You know what I think it is? I think it's so like this area, this part of the neighborhood that I live in, has a bunch of moles. Like I don't really know if they're moles, but they look like mice. They're slightly bigger than mice. They're smaller than rats, but they don't look like mice or rats. And they are not as scared of humans uh, as mice and rats, but they also seem to be blind. Like it's hard to explain. Like they only really get scared of humans if I've noticed they only really get scared of us if we make a sound. Like if we make noise, like a scary noise, like a loud noise next to them, but they can't seem to see us very clearly. Is what I've noticed. So I've just decided to, I guess, think that they're moles. So there's a bunch of moles in this part of the neighborhood. And what I think it is why that dog keeps acting up at this time of night is I think because it's quiet enough that the moles come out, that it sees the mole and it's probably like hiding under a table somewhere or a chair where the dog can't get to, and the dog just won't stop barking at it or something. I don't know. Just my guess. How long does that mutt bark for typically? That depends. If the owners like it's random really. It's really random. In the middle of the night it really again if my theory is right, it might be for as long as however long whatever it's barking at doesn't go away. Um in the day it depends on like whenever they decide it's a convenient time to make it shut up. How do you get moles in the house? Do you all live in a tent? Okay. Okay. So, oh man. There's this. It's just this like cultural difference, right? Cultural difference. So, it's not a okay, not cultural like okay, oh, we Filipinos think like this or our houses are like this. No, no. It's more like just what is available to us here, just by culture of like people's standards for like building houses here. What? Oh my god. I am not looking forward to having that happen to me very often when I finally own Arukino. Oh my god, that thing's flying. I had no idea. Oh my, what the? Nope, nope. Oh, come on. Oh, brother. I can't even jump out. Oh my god. Stupidest thing ever. Stupidest boss fight. It's a third world thing. You wouldn't understand. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Oh my god. Thanks for making that so much easier for me, man. Yeah, yeah. Houses here just have holes in them. Most of the time, not all the time. Most of the time. There's just always that random hole somewhere that, by the way, you obviously wasn't designed along with the house. But yeah, okay. Here's an example. There's a most bathroom drains, like right, most bathroom drains and like sink drains in almost every household, and again, depending on your, depending on what kind of neighborhood you live in, right? But most average neighborhoods here in the Philippines, most typical neighborhoods, all your drains lead to a sewer, and that sewer is not what Americans would call a sewer. That sewer is basically a hole. No, not a hole. More like a canal, like a little canal dug along the side of the road. Depending on how prosperous your city is, it might have some concrete walls. It might not. If you live in the countryside, probably not. But if you live in the city, then there are concrete walls in it, and it might be even closed off, right, so that people don't fall into it. In my city, it's both. There are some parts that are closed off. There are some parts that are open, right? So, but basically, yeah, all drains lead there, and it's these canals are just disgusting. This is where rats live. Most of the time, rats, depending on where you are, there could be snakes there too. But snakes are not very common in my neighborhood. But there are some stray ones every few decades maybe. So yeah. So there was a time, oh, by the way, the house I'm renting, the house I live in right now has 2 bathrooms. One upstairs, one downstairs. The one downstairs, we never use. We don't even clean it. We don't clean it. We never use it. We used to use it when the first couple of months we lived in here, and we used to maintain it. But at some point during the pandemic, so something happened, right? A lot of things happened during the pandemic. My son had to go to Cebu, get surgery, whatever, right? Lots of stuff happened. They got stuck there because of the pandemic. No ships were traveling. They got stuck there for like 3 months? No. Almost 6 months. Probably like 4 or 5 months. They got stuck there for 4 or 5 months. So I was literally living here alone. All right? And the thing is, like, when you have a house where actually has stuff in it, right? Like stuff that a human owns, means that there's lots of, places for a mouse or a rat to hide in. And if there's actually someone living there, means that there's food, right? There's food waste, there's like food wrappers and stuff like that. So there's actually a garbage bin. If there's a garbage bin, then that attracts other creatures that want food, aka rats and mice. But because it was only me, it was quiet enough that rats and mice, they feel safe going out to get food. Or not going out, but like coming out to get into the house to get food. So during that time, a couple of rats, I guess they explored, and they discovered that they could come up into my drain, come up through my drain. They would just push, because it's the kind of drain. Where is this thing? So it's the kind of drain where you can like where it has a cover that you can like lift up and open. So they would literally just like climb up the pipes and push that open, and then just come into my house. Now that's for the rats. And I don't know if that's where the moles come in through. We know that the moles could come in through the front door, like underneath the front door, until a couple of months ago when I stuffed like a folded up piece of cardboard into the gap where we noticed they were coming in through. And since then we haven't seen a mole get into our house. There was also this one hole that we noticed moles were coming in through. It was basically a hole in a little canal that is in our kitchen, but in our unit specifically, the previous owner, the previous tenant here, like spent some money to like cover it up with concrete, but there was like a little hole from years of degradation that at some point moles probably discovered and made it like, dug up to make it bigger, and then at some point I covered that up like with like more concrete with cement, and yeah, like since then we haven't had moles in the house. But going back to the drain thing where rats kept coming in through, what I ended up doing was we ended up just deciding never to use that kitchen ever again. I went outside, found myself the biggest rock that I could find that I could lift and wouldn't damage the drain. I took it into the house, put it on top of that drain, and so there was like some extra tiles, like floor tiles that I assume were used like in building this structure, in building this unit. There was like an extra one or two, I believe. So I took one of them, I used it, I put it on top of the toilet in the bathroom, in the downstairs bathroom. And because I knew that rats could also climb up through a toilet, because I've seen that happen in the house that I grew up in. So, yeah, toilet closed up, drain permanently closed. Well, not permanently closed up, but yeah, big rock on top of it, so no rats are coming in there. Yeah. But your country is just poor enough to not afford proper maintenance. No, it's not even just proper maintenance. Like, you could maintain your house as well as you can, but like if the neighborhood around you just allows for pests like that to, well, thrive, then yeah, no amount of maintenance in your own home is gonna prevent pests from existing in your neighborhood. Oh, imagine like in the US, imagine like so in movies, often how movies often depict like poor black people neighborhoods out in the suburbs. No, not even suburbs. Like I don't even know if those places are called suburbs. But yeah, neighborhoods like those. Neighborhoods like those. Neighborhoods that have like abandoned houses that end up, being used as a crack den. So imagine that. That's basically it. But of course, some houses are nice. Some houses are not so nice. Some houses are nice but old. Yeah, you get what I mean. Ghetto, yes, kind of like a ghetto. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, kind of like a ghetto, but a little more civilized, because like people here are not like ghetto people. But the neighborhood kind of, at the very least, like it allows for pests like mice and rats to thrive just like a ghetto would. But regular people live here. You mean they ain't black? Gotcha. Bro, this guy got an infinite amount of stories to tell. Invest in storytelling for real. Anyway, I saw your message earlier, NDG. Anyway, sorry man, I couldn't say hi. I was on a roll. I've been telling stories for like the last 2 hours, I think. Well, at first I was yapping, and then at some point I got to storytelling. But yeah, anyway, hello, man. Very enjoyable though. I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. I mean, if you think about it, I would probably not everyone, but I think most people have lots of interesting stories to tell. I think it's just a matter of perspective. I think it's just a matter of perspective. I think it just depends on like how deeply or how shallowly you thought about it. Oh man. Okay, okay. I just realized I still have another quest to finish. That thing. Okay. All right. Well, while I'm at it, I might as well unlock a teleporter or two on my way. So now if I could just remember. Oh. Okay, no. Yeah, no. I'm just gonna fly down. I'm just gonna fly down all the way from Celestia. Oh man, you'd be surprised how little some people have to say in any meaningful way. I don't know what it is, NDG. I guess he's just been here long enough that I could sort of understand it most of the time. Sometimes it's really bad, especially when he's drunk. But yeah, it's actually not that bad today. But yeah, and that was what I was saying. Was depends on like perspective of like how deeply or shallowly you look at it, because obviously you won't know what someone's story is until they tell you, right? And when they do tell you, and if they're the kind of person that doesn't really care about thinking too deeply into things, then like their only memory of it would have been like a really shallow memory of it, in which case you're not gonna ever get any more details out of it, right? And to them it was just I went to Disneyland. I went to Disneyland. I went on some rides. And like that's it. Right? That's it. I'm typing blind. I have been for a day. Yeah, right. Like so it really depends on like the person, like whoever's story it is, and depends on like their mindset. For me, I guess most of my stories can be interesting because I'm an overthinker, right? Like I think, wow, that's a lot of clouds. Whoa, my god. Well, that's a long time. Dude, that place was high. Yeah, and like I overthink a lot of things, and like so many of my the little decisions that I make in like day-to-day life are like for most people would have probably just been like a okay, it's like my choices are black and white. Okay, I'll choose black. Right? For me, like so often my choices are like to other people they might just think oh black and white. But to me they're like most of the time they're gray and gray. So there's very often this like really like way more complicated than it should be kind of debate happening in my head about the smallest things in real life and day-to-day life.
なんだってチメ奴らは昼も夜も探し
テパルのくれたやつなかなか使えま
そばにも
そんなことより全部捕まえろテパルは金払いがいいか
Okay. Here's an example. And most people probably do this because this is like simple enough. So when I have 3 things to do,
どうしてここに早くあいつを止めろ
when I have 3 things to do, like I have to like go out. Let's say I have to go pay my like yesterday, for example. I had to go out and pay my electric bill. I had to go out and buy some bread and go to a shop to have something like a picture printed out for my son's school thing. So I had 3 things that I had 3 places that I had to go to. But most people would just pick one and go there, and then pick another one, go there next, and save the last one for last.
私たちの質
But
問
me-
に正直に答えろ。この前姉さんを襲ったのも
Before I even leave that door, I spend like as I'm getting ready. Like you likely wouldn't be able to talk to me because as I'm getting ready, I'm already thinking of different combinations of like what the optimal route would be. Which one would be more convenient for this, for that, less convenient for this, for that, etc.
詳細はあくまで
Paranoia is a bit.
姉さんが落ちて
Yes, it is.
まだ
Yes, it is.
だがククリュウは
And
生まれつき
and
期待
yeah,
もういい
more often than not, it has led me to overthink things
テパル
even though I didn't need to.
旅人
Even though the answers were like right in my face already. Then there's me that overthinks but makes it so that everything in the world is against me. Oh, don't worry, wrong person. It's a young person thing. It's a young person thing. Like every little thing, every problem when you're young always feels like it's the end of the world.
そうだアルパさんいやかよ言われてみチャスカはその人は
No, bro, like your options could be walk to the shop or drive the car,
どんな動機が
and you'll think of every possibility to figure out which would be safer slash better. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I would literally do stuff like that. Like, trying to
火
optimize.
力の集分かった今は急いでこの状況を何とかしないと
Sometimes you could overthink into the future.
それから姉さ
Most
ん
times, it just wastes your time. Yet it does. Yes, it does. But, sometimes I do like it. Like, I do like that I, like, wonder about stuff like that. I wonder, I fantasize, and sometimes, every now and then, I'll fantasize about something. Something realistic that has some chance of happening at some point in my life, and I give myself like a few minutes. I think about like, okay, I want this to happen. How do I do it? Okay, what do I buy? What do I not buy? Okay, do I think this is worth it, etc., etc., like as if it's happening right
児
now.
玉のこの知り合いに助けを求めるのが早い
Nothing related to my example, but
白ね
having time
起きる時間だ
to yourself just to think is something that people don't really have the luxury of nowadays.
私がき
誰も
す
Um,
まない白テパル
and even if they do have the luxury of having time, people choose to use that time. No, people choose to fill that time with brain rot, like scrolling down brain rot.
相変わらずそうだよ
出力者に
あんたのそでもテパルの量だからすぐにプマ
Because like I don't understand. You have a son, but you consider yourself young, like late 20s? No, dude, I'm 31. I don't consider myself old, but I don't consider myself young either. And not because of like age, right? Not just age. I don't consider just age. I also consider like just overall how I feel. Overall how I feel. I don't feel old, but then like sorry, I don't feel young anymore. But I look at my age. I'm 31, And like I look at other people, other adults out there that are in their 50s, in their like late 40s, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'm not old.
お待たせ。この人がテパルの母親。
挨拶はあの子はワッテパルに
Overthink the same way as you, but conversations. I script out conversations and potential replies in my head before I talk to anyone. Dude, I do that thing. Well, okay, I do that, but I do that now, even nowadays, for like really important conversations, conversations that I really want and or need to go a very specific way. But as for like everyday conversations nowadays, no, I don't do it. But I did used to do that for every conversation. Like when I was in primary school, and to a certain degree in high school, college, not so much. But in I also, another thing that I also did was I would recall conversations that I had throughout the day that I think could have gone better, or I think I could have made go better, and I like recall them, I replay them in my head, and I try to fit in like other responses instead of whatever stupid thing I probably said.
チャスカ、やっと戻ってきたか。
私たちが飛行隊いくつかの手が
That wastes too much time. I just say whatever comes to mind at that time. Works really well.
空中工房
Yeah, but then like the thing is, people who are not bad with words won't, who are just average, who are just normal, or are good with words, just won't know how it feels to be stupid with words. And they'll like most of the time they'll just say like just just wing it, just do it. Those words will just come out, but then it's hard to understand when you're not stupid with words. It's hard to understand someone who's stupid with words if you're not stupid with words. These ads are getting on my nerves. Yo, NDG. Welcome to 2024.
なるほどなさすがね確かにた
Welcome to 2024, man. I don't know where you've been, but the world's been like that for a couple of decades now. So wait, haven't I done this already? Oh, come on. Okay, whatever. There's a thing here. I guess I'll use that. There's ad blockers on mobile just as well as on PC. You know, I don't actually know how to install an ad blocker on mobile. Because you know how like YouTube's on an app? So I don't actually know how to, like, I guess like, well, I wouldn't say I don't know. It's probably just in the App Store and like it just works somehow. But I've never really tried it. So it kind of doesn't, I've never actually done it before. So I don't actually have any idea as to like how it works.
準備ができたらそのテパ
Fun fact, Brave Browser has one built in.
風が立つぞ
Still on about that, huh?
こんなに早くと
ああ
Unschooled device can't install anything. I see. Wait, you're using your school device? Last time I tried using ad blocker, YouTube just stopped working completely. Wow. Wait, even on a browser? On PC?
空飛ぶ工房なんてすでにこんなに
It's
す
just in the App
ごい
Store,
技
yes.
術を持
Also,
って
I
るの
watch
に
YouTube in
なん
my
でテパル
browser,
のやつは
so I can
レイソの
use
翼
the
にこだわ
built-in
ったんだ
blocker.
手記によれば私たちが今立っ
Tab
ている
out
足
without
場には
stopping the
怪
playback.
人の都から取ってきた部品が使われているから量産できないらしい。それにさっきの移動
Oh, maybe, okay. Maybe you used like a bad ad blocker.
自由に空
でもなんでわざわざこう
Sorry, I don't know. I don't think I'm pretty sure YouTube wouldn't appreciate me, you know, promoting using ad blockers. So like, if you'll notice, I'm not really. I'm trying my best to avoid saying use this, use that, because I imagine YouTube wouldn't appreciate someone who is using the platform for free to, well, stream and store my footage on. You know, promoting people, promoting to people that they should use an ad blocker.
なんで一緒に飛んでいかないんだまさか
YouTube's greedy. I mean, okay.
まだ息はある。かすかにな。これらの檻は
You're not promoting anything though. Yeah, yeah, and that's why like I'm just, you know, I'm trying to like because I'm trying to keep it in mind. I'm trying to keep it in mind. I'm trying to make sure that I don't say anything that I shouldn't. YouTube's so greedy. Like here's the thing though. If you owned YouTube, how much money do you think you'd have to spend to pay for to buy all the server equipment? Right, all that server equipment, all those server computers, all those hard drives to store, I don't know, tens, maybe hundreds of petabytes at this point. Petabytes, right? 1,000 megabytes is 1 gigabyte, 1,000 gigabytes is 1 terabyte, 1,000 terabytes is 1 petabyte. That's like, right? Probably they probably have like tens or hundreds, maybe, I don't know, thousands of petabytes worth of stuff to store. And they have to keep all those server computers on all the time with redundancies in case of blackouts. Petabytes. Pedobytes, huh?
野生のククリュウの収集を開始した。
Man, what's... I don't know why you're seeing ads so frequently, though.
ブレイクスルーが起きる。
I mean, like, is it...
あ
でもこの式
今はあれこ
Is it supposed to be serving ads that frequently? I don't think it should be.
見たことのない仕掛けだな。これも怪人の都の部品で作られているようだ。
また一発蹴ってみるとか言い出すんじゃないだろうな。
風が立つぞ。
この装置どうなってるんだよ。
今回は思い切り蹴ってみるだけじゃ済まなそうだな。弱点を狙って攻撃しよう。
なんでここに人がいるんだよ。
テパルが異物とプロトタイプを使って連れてきたんだ。気をつけろ。はっ。飛ぶか。
Yeah, I think something people just don't get is how expensive video infrastructure is. And how little profit margin there is in in the ad business. Because not only, by the way, not only do you have to create the infrastructure required to promote ads, and okay, by the way, I sound like I'm defending YouTube here for like, collecting my information and selling my information and giving me ads for it, right? And like, I really don't want to, but like, if you just think about it, from a balance book perspective, right? From a balance sheet perspective, just think about it as if you owned YouTube. Think about it as if you were the guy in charge of making sure YouTube doesn't lose money. Then you would actually understand why. And a thing that I don't know why. Like, I haven't heard anyone talk about this. I'm sure like some people out there have talked about it. But I haven't heard of anyone talk about it. But sometime last year, or was it like between last year and 2 years ago? There was this whole thing where advertisers discovered that YouTube was just putting their ads on some random websites where their ads would never be seen by anyone, and this caused quite a bit of controversy. And everything after this, within about 2 or 3 months after this, everything Google started to get really hectic when it came to serving ads and losing as little money as possible. And they started to they announced this whole like V3 manifest thing about 2 or 3 months after this whole like ad incident. They started heavily promoting YouTube Premium. What else? And a little bit before this though, probably unrelated, they removed the free unlimited storage on Google Photos. And what I've noticed is in the last year-ish, there have been more and more unskippable ads. And the unskippable ads, I've noticed, seem to be getting longer. Right? Like back then, we only had 5-6 second unskippable ads. Anything longer than that was always skippable. Nowadays, I see, I've noticed that there's been a growing number of 10 to 15 second unskippable ads. Like at some point, somewhere around last year, I started to see like maybe one of them, one of these like 10-second unskippable ads, like once every couple of months. And then at some point, I started to see once every few weeks, and then a few every day. And then nowadays, yeah, like it's just getting more and more frequent. And again, what I think, if I'm not missing any other information here, what I think happened was YouTube was trying to sorry, not YouTube, but like Google in general was trying to do some was doing some real sus with some of their advertisers ads, and just trying to offload them onto like random websites that didn't really matter, just so they could say, oh, we've served your ad. And then when they got caught with their pants down, like all of a sudden now they have to serve all those ads properly. Like they had to like do a complete 180 completely, and now they're like, they've gotten so used to just being able to offload these ads to these random websites that didn't matter, where people didn't even see their ads. all of a sudden now they have to put all those ads into like proper channels. Like YouTube specifically is one of their biggest ad channels. YouTube, of course, Google search. Yeah. Find me a river. Rich people having trouble saying profitable. Boo hoo. Every time I play a mobile game, there's a constant 15-second unskippable ad. I figured it's faster to close and reopen the app. Another ad, bro. I can't be serious. You see what I mean? But bro has infinite stories. Like, bro, how do you remember in detail such long stories? And so many as well. It's not like, okay, what I told just now wasn't really a story. It was like news. Well, a couple of pieces of news, and then I just like I saw a connection, and then I, pointed out that connection, and well, I gave my thoughts on it. Well, I didn't really give my thoughts on it. I just pointed out the connection, the potential connection. Obviously, I'm just, it's just an allegation from me. Is it your overthinking capacity or what? Maybe? Maybe. Maybe. Oh, I forgot. I didn't have to let go of it anymore. I could just keep holding on to it. Why never use Kazuha Burst? Because it's a really long animation. And I don't need to do that much damage. It's just a quest fight anyway. In Abyss maybe, but it's just a fight in a character quest, so it's not even gonna last that long. If Kazuha was a 4-star, I probably wouldn't mind, because like there's no burst animation, right? If Kazuha was a 4-star, but because he's a 5-star, then yeah, it's just not worth it. It's not worth using abilities that have really long animations for fights that last for 2 seconds. So you basically only use it in Abyss. Sometimes in the overworld, like for example, if I'm fighting a high HP enemy, like one of the robot enemies in Natlan, they're pretty tanky and they hit pretty hard. And I'm using not a very strong team, like my overworld team, for example. Like my overworld team on my account is Kazuha, Yelan, Jianyun, Hu Tao. Alright, so it works, like it has some synergy, but it's not like a super powerful team. It's not like double hydro. It's not like double hydro Hu Tao. So it's gonna kill stuff, but it's not gonna kill it super fast. So in those kinds of fights, then yeah, I'm gonna use a lot of my abilities, especially if there are multiple high HP enemies in the group. But yeah, like you said, mostly, not all only, but mostly, I mostly use it in Abyss, but I sometimes use it in Overworld.
小屋怪我はどうだ見せて大したこと
Throughout the entirety that I've been watching you, I've never seen you use his burst, overworld nor abyss. Okay, so in abyss, in certain teams, I hardly ever use it. So like for example, Kazuha National, right? Kazuha National, Kazuha, Xingqiu, Bennett, Shangling. Because I'm in that team, most of the time I'm standing in Bennett's circle. And the thing is, when you stand in Bennett's circle, you always have pyro applied to you because of Bennett's circle. And because of Kazuha's burst infusion, like priority, the order of priority, elemental priority, pyro is like the top priority.
何度もそう言ってるだろう
So if you're standing on Bennett's circle, no matter what elements enemies there are around you, if I'm standing on Bennett's circle, and because and I'm on Kazuha, my Kazuha will have pyro applied to him. Bursting on Kazuha in Bennett's circle is guaranteed 100% of the time to infuse pyro. So the problem with that is I have Shangling applying pyro, and then I have Bennett's E applying pyro because I sometimes use Bennett E to funnel particles into Shangling. And then if I burst on Kazuha, then I'll have Kazuha's burst infused with pyro applying pyro. And only Xingqiu is applying hydro. Now, don't get me wrong, Xingqiu applies a lot of hydro, but experience has showed me enough times that even with as much hydro as Xingqiu applies, I'm not always gonna have hydro on the enemy that I'm fighting in that situation. So that's why I hardly ever use his burst, because using his burst, that burst animation, I could be just swapping to Bennett and pressing E to funnel particles into Shangling. You haven't been watching me for too long, so I imagine most of the time when you see me using Kazuha, it's either my overworld team or my Neuvillette team. And even in Abyss, I hardly ever use Bennett Kazuha burst in my Neuvillette team, because Neuvillette team already has way too long of because it's all 5 stars, right? Sorry, it's all 5 stars. Kazuha, Farina, Zilonen, Neuvillette. They all have burst animations, and they're not. Most of them, I think Zilonen has in that team has the shortest burst animation. And it's not even like the shortest burst animation out there, right? So that it just means that everyone else's burst animations are like quite long. So it's all. And I just wanna. What I wanna do is I just wanna swirl to proc 4VV and get Kazuha's passive, and because I want Neuvillette to have as much field time, because remember, Neuvillette is my main source of damage in that team. If I'm not on Neuvillette, then I'm not dealing damage. Well, I am kinda, but just barely, right? Most of my damage in that team comes from Neuvillette, and if I'm not on Neuvillette, then I'm not doing damage. Okay, wow. Okay, so I do recall I stopped a couple of times to either yap or tell stories that where I wasn't doing anything. Probably a total of half an hour, maybe. Probably. I really can't tell. But the stream's been going on for. Oh wait, no. So OBS says 3.5 hours, but I just remembered that flash of light in the sky about 4 hours ago. Yes, more than 4 hours ago. That lightning strike somewhere made my computer restart, and I somehow like got lucky enough that I could continue the stream. So, this stream is more like 4 hours. Oh, there it is. YouTube has it. 4 hours 18 minutes. So I've spent 4 hours and 18 minutes, and I haven't even done like random exploration. I've only been doing quests, and I'm not even done yet. I still have this thing to take care of. Okay, I should take care of that right now. It's not that. It doesn't take, well, the quest itself is not very long, but getting from like place to place is what makes it take long. Oh, wait, okay. Sorry. For a second there, I was thinking maybe I'll just do this tomorrow, because it's getting pretty late. And then I just remembered, there's no electricity tomorrow. Our local power company made an announcement a couple of days ago, said that there would be an all-day blackout tomorrow, because they were gonna do maintenance or something. I don't know. Oh. These things are so cute. I just took their apple. Okay. Is there an easier way for me to get up there? Ah, there it is. Okay. In our country, we only got power outages for 2 to 4 hours. It doesn't often happen in my city. And it also doesn't happen in every city in the Philippines. I don't know in what other cities this happens to, but in my city, it happens like every couple of months, where the local power company will have like a scheduled all-day blackout in a certain part of the city. And sometimes it's for like maintenance. Sometimes it's for like infrastructure upgrades. And sometimes it's unscheduled. Although the unscheduled blackouts typically only last like from a few seconds to it's probably just like their like a power surge or something that causes their circuit breakers to, I guess, to trip, and they just turn it back on and everything's fine. But sometimes it's like something bigger, and it takes them anywhere from like an hour to like half a day to find it. And if it's like something really big, then probably a day to like find it and fix it. The worst is really like when the power goes out during like during a storm, because in my city, if the power goes out during a storm, that is highly likely to be that like a tree fell over somewhere in someone's private property, like it's someone's like farm out in the countryside, where the power company's like power lines go through someone's private property, and like for them to check and see if the fault is in there, they have to ask permission from the owner of the private property for them to get in and look for where the fault was. I've never experienced a blackout in my life. See? Hey, wrong person. What I say, right? You live in a nice society, you gotta pay the price for it, right? That pressure you feel from like school and just life in general and society in Singapore, Yeah, that is what you get in exchange for that. All the necessities, all the basic commodities that you never ever experience any like downtime on. That is your uh basically your society, your country having I wouldn't say perfected, but like it's just become so simple. But that's a product of your people being educated enough to run the country well. And because everyone is smart, again, going back, when everyone is super, no one is super. Another example of this is so I've lived in Manila, I've lived in Cebu, right? Big cities, big cities. I never experienced an outage over there too. Never. I've experienced zero outages despite living there for quite a lot of years. The only power outage I ever experienced in Cebu was during that crazy like bad typhoon. Local name was Yolanda. I don't know what. I believe the typhoon name was international name was Haiyan. Haiyan. I don't know how it was supposed to be read. Um, but it was really bad. And despite the situation being really bad, the power was only out for about 2 hours, and it just came back on like nothing happened. They ask for permission. Here they demand they come in. Of course, that's it's sort of like that. It's sort of like that. Because they need to get in there. So it's not even an ask for permission. Like they need to come in. They just let the owner know. Why does her HP keep coming back? Bro's experienced in bombing. I'm gonna go do some exploration. See y'all. All right. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us for a bit. NDG, take care, man. Oh, come on. I did the same exact thing the other day on my no, yesterday I think. Yeah, yesterday on my account. Not doing the high jump and just this like ending up falling down. All right, have fun. All right, hey, you too, man. Have fun, man. Hmm. Why is that lit up? Did I miss something? Okay. I feel like there's a little something over there. Well, okay, I messed up. I'm going back. Hey, wrong person. How's exploration going for you, man? Haven't started? What have you been doing? I haven't touched the new area at all, actually. I just log in, spend resin, and leave. Oh. Have you not had the time to just sit down and do the new area yet? Oh, come on. Okay. Bit too mad at Genshin to play it. I don't know, I guess new leaks and bad artifacts taking a toll on me. I can see how that can be demotivating. But to me, it's all the same. There's nothing I can do about it. No matter how much I hate the new characters that are coming, all I can do is just decide whether to pull for them or not pull for them. The frustration in my whispers. Why does going up in elevation use up so much phlogiston?
この瞬間の喜びを覚えたのか。
Oh. Well, I guess I didn't need to go all the way that way. Yeah. At least I did find some chests. Well, one chest. What is that? Weird thing. Huh. The more over here too. Oh, there it is. Also, I'm piloting a bunch of other accounts right now. Wait, a bunch? Is this the whole like battle pass thing? I thought you were only piloting one. A bunch? How many, dude? Okay, well, I guess, you know, whether it's your own account or not your own account, my question still stands. How is exploration going? Are you getting the hang of it yet? Like the new region? I guess I can speak from experience. But the more times you run through exploration of a given region, the like sooner or later you'll sort of get like this like flow of which places to go to, which places not to go through, like to get here. Like you'll sort of get like a flow for like the most efficient way to do something or to get to somewhere. You haven't gotten started even on the accounts that you're supposed to be piloting?
捕まえた財を得る方法あり
Hey, what's up, SN90? How you doing, man? I'll demand payment if they want me to explore. I mean, you know, depending on how much they're already paying you. I'm doing okay, man. Thanks for asking. I'm not too excited for the blackout tomorrow, though, because it's going to be a long one. Is this another Surumi Island? Oh, dude. I had the same exact reaction when I first discovered this island. No, no. Thank goodness, no. It's not as bad. It's not as bad. Ah, come on. Yeah, it's like way better than Surumi Island. You remember how like Surumi Island was like a multiple day quest, like real day too, like in real life days. It was a time gated quest. This one's not time gated. It doesn't. It doesn't have as much dialogue. It's actually gameplay. You actually get to play the game instead of just skipping dialogue. Oops. Every game releasing the most gorgeous character one after another isn't helping. The Herta, Algaya, Sitlali, Fugwe, Sunday. So, what is it? HSR, ZZZ, and Wuwa? Genshin. Oh yeah, yeah, of course, Sitlali. Who cares about Wuwa? All their characters are just boobs plus 10k anyways. It's just so you're saying it's just a different Nikkei. Where do I get this thing again? Ah, there. Okay. Hmm. How many games do you play now, Luap? So you still play Genshin, right? Do you play HSR and ZZZ too? WoW has good gameplay. Yeah, I mean, like combat wise, I think WoW does have pretty decent combat. Like it has pretty good combat for the people who actually want um that high speed combat. High speed, not necessarily competitive, but like challenging. There you go, challenging combat. But it's not from you. But then that also because it's like becomes a cycle at that point. Um, right, you're miserable because you play 4 gachas, and because you play 4 gachas, you're miserable, and then you play 4 gachas because you're miserable, and yeah, it's a cycle. It's a long stream. You know, I was kind of surprised too. I was kind of surprised when it turned out to be long. I guess it's not boring because there's actually something to do in the game. And well, thanks to you guys, I had a lot of interesting stuff to yap about. I just find Wuwa delicious of what delicious of what they've been cooking lately. Oh, what?
予想外のことというのは楽しいもの。子供たちは今頃どうしているだろうか。まあ、好きにすればいい。
When is Capitano gonna be playable, I wonder? You know, I get the feeling that Capitano might never become playable. So in yesterday's stream, I talked about this a little bit. I said that half of me thinks the Capitano will never become playable, and half of me thinks that Capitano will sooner or later become playable. So the half of me that believes he will become playable is the fact that he, according to some creators out there, he already has an in-game like a character code. But yeah, that's it. That's the only reason why I think so. The half of me that doesn't think he'll ever become playable is the half of me that looks at what kind of character model he has and how Genshin has never had a character model like Capitano. A playable character model like Capitano. My only hope is now is Madam Ping. Oh, dude, no, Luap. Why'd you say that, man? You're gonna remind wrong person of how disappointed he's been of a lot of stuff.
捕まえた。どの目が出るか。
いや、そう。
They made what? What did they make her into? Are you sure about that? Is that for real, wrong person? Oh, where is this teleporter? Oh, right. Why else do you think I'm so mad? Wait. You serious? Oh my god, wait, what? Why would they? They, what, huh? But she already has a character, like, a character design for her playable model. That sounds kind of dumb. I gotta say. That sounds really dumb.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the wrong direction, I guess. Okay, but that's not what I'm after. What I'm after is here.
して使えそうだ。
Oh, Hey, what's up, Riza? How you doing, man? Let the small body old age trope again. Oh man. Like Farzan and Sitlali. Oh wait, really? She has like the Klee character model? The Klee Diona Yao Yao character model?
Yeah. それ 風の赴くままに
Made him just teleport to the deeper part of the pond. I lost the match because of trash teammates. What match? Oh, are you playing CODM? Okay, I gotta say, I'm getting sleepy. But I'm also on a roll right now. So, and I'm almost there. So I don't want to end it just yet. I don't think I'm making it to that island. I clutched 3 rounds of 1 versus 4, dude. Wait, 1 versus 4? You mean like your teammates quit on you, or they just suck so bad that they might as well have not existed? I'm asleep, having a bad headache. See you Monday, I guess. Because I have exams, so I won't be on the stream. Oh, it's alright, man. It's alright. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Riza. Good luck on your exams, man. Take care. Oh, no. Oh my god, I don't know. Oh boy. that was too close. Hmm.
風の行く先を
予想外のことというのは楽しいものだ。
よっと
Thanks, RJ. Have a nice day or night, man. All right, thanks, man. You too. Okay. I've been slowly dozing off for the last maybe 5 minutes. Oh man, how do I might have to start all the way here. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna make it. I don't think I can make it. Playing Search and Destroy, you only get one life per round. Oh well, at least that means that if you die, you know you're done, right? So you don't have to like sit there and wait for your teammates. My brother said characters have trails when they run. If you've completed the I forgot what it's called. It's somewhere in the Imaginary Theater, but it's not actually part of Imaginary Theater. Character trails. It's like an extra challenge that you have to complete. You have to have the character at level 90, friendship level 10, and then they allow you to do the challenge. And then they're not, some of them are kind of easy, but most of them are pretty hard. And once you complete those, then you can get the character trails. Does it look cool? I don't know. I really don't. I don't have an opinion of it really. But the community has decided as a whole to refer to it as farts. Oh man. Okay. I think that's all the gas I got left in me today. Father showed who the boss is. Oh yeah, that's right, because those guys were Fatui. Oh my gosh, it's Risley's birthday today. You know, Risley, like if this keeps up, Risley will have 2 birthdays and still haven't had one rerun. Convinced randoms are brain dead? What do you mean? Randoms? Oh, in CODM. When is that guy getting a rerun? Oh my god. Right? By then, I'd probably be able to C6 him. Judging by how much you save up, probably. Probably, man. Oh, man. Okay. I think that's all I got for today. I am nodding off here while talking to you guys. Man, 5-hour stream. 5-hour stream. Been happening a lot more frequently lately. Anyway, so really appreciate you guys coming by to hang out. Throughout this whole stream, man. So for those of you who need help building your characters, accounts, making a decision which bands to pull for, feel free to join our Discord server. Links are in the description of all my videos, VODs, and streams, and in the pinned message in YouTube chat. If you want my personal opinion, you can ping me over there. My name is Elvis Einstein. Of course, you can ask for other people's opinions too. Thank you guys so much for coming by, hanging out, and being awesome people. Have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, and take care, everybody. Bye, everyone. Yeah, you can go touch grass now. That means you, wrong person. Go touch grass, man. You can complain all you want about like how pressured you are in your society, but the thing is, you still get benefits. You still reap the benefits of it from it. Never ever experiencing power outages. That's only one of it. Having nice, clean sidewalks. That's another one. Not having moles come into your house or rats come into your house. That's another one. Right? Plenty of other stuff. Anyway, thank you, everyone. Bye, guys.